All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. 50, 50, 50, it's goddamn. Goddamn. Hey, 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 hey. All right, let's test everything out. Make sure everything is working. All right, all right. That sounds pretty good. That sounds pretty good. All right. What's up, everybody? What's going on? What's going on? All right. It has been forever since we've streamed, since we went live, since we did anything like this, right? Test, test, test. Since we've streamed, since we went live, since we did anything like this, right? Test, test, test. Since we've streamed, since... All right, all right, all right. Yeah, I just always want to make sure that it sounds good. It looks good. We're in here. All right, so let's see. Should have called your name. Ooh, I should have called your name. But yes, it has been a while. It's been a minute since we went live, since we streamed, since we did anything like that. So I honestly feel like there is probably a couple of things that I need to talk about, right? Um, Actually, let's go ahead and get set up at Wintertodt first, and then I can probably talk about some of the stuff I want to talk about. Right? Ooh, I should have called your name. Is it my... It's always inside my veins. Feeling my lungs. You'll not breathe the same. I still go out, and you'll leap in the mess you made. Feeling my lungs, till I couldn't breathe the same. Ooh, I should have called your name. Ooh, I... should have called your name. All right. All right. We're here. We are here. We are here. We're here at Wintertodt. Let's go ahead to move on. This is the end of us. I know. Had enough of. We're jamming today. We're just gonna be chilling and jamming today. We're just gonna be playing some Wintertodt. While we basically just talk about some of the stuff that's going on, maybe like on the YouTube channel and things like that. So honestly, I feel like if you guys were to take a look at my YouTube channel, you guys could see that since the last time I live streamed a RuneScape, I started to do more videos of random content versus trying to make RuneScape my niche, right? Got the coffee on deck today. Yeah, let's get nice and comfortable. Let's get nice and comfortable. Right? Alright. Wintertodt fit. So we basically have everything except for the boots. That's kicking my ass when it comes to how do you spell consistent? I hate when I don't know how to spell a word and I have to go to Google. So when a nice go. Alright, I always love how when I start a stream, I feel like I get distracted by 1,000,001 things before I actually get started, right? Before I actually dive in and try to explain like everything that's going on, I feel like I always start to explain something and I get sidetracked. It's like that squirrel mentality. I'm like, yeah, so today, what's that? And then I just talk about that. Hold on, because I swear I can't multitask. All right, just trying to make sure that we got everything, right? All right. So, we're going to pop over here to 307. All right, so officially. Dang, we've been live for 17 minutes already, bro. I feel like I just started the live. I went and grabbed my cup of coffee, and we're at Wintertodt. I feel like that had to have been like a span of like 5 minutes since we've been live for almost 20 already. Just crazy. Anyways, I do want to talk about a couple of things, like I said. So probably the main thing is the fact that, like I said a little bit before I got squirrel mentality sidetracked, is if you guys look at my YouTube channel, we're no longer just a niche RuneScape content channel, right? I wanted to branch out. Originally, I wanted my YouTube channel to be a variety channel where I play a bunch of different games, share my experiences with you and everybody else that's watching, you know, the viewers. But then I felt like I tried to rush the growth of my channel. So I tried to narrow down to a niche, tried to focus on RuneScape. So I kind of like deleted all the old videos and tried to just focus on RuneScape. But then I kind of got miserable only doing RuneScape content. So we're back to being a variety content creator. All right. But I don't know. I've been having issues uploading or I would say editing the RuneScape videos because I started off this account doing some live streams, right? So it's taken me some time to basically go through the live stream and turn it into a recording along with the actual recordings that I do have. Alright. Nobody else make me feel like. Hey. Don't nobody else make me feel like. Don't nobody else make me feel like. Ooh. Don't nobody else make me feel like. Nobody else make me feel like. Hey, hey, hey. Don't nobody else make me feel like. Ooh. Make me feel like. All right, I'm just over here jamming. My bad. All right, I keep saying all right, all right, all right. It's been a while since I streamed on the Hardcore Ironman, right? It's I can't even remember the last time we streamed. It was sometime within the last couple of months of 2025, I feel like. But we are here, right? We are trying to. Let's put all of this stuff back up here. Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't feeling pretty good, right? I just wasn't feeling very positive. I wasn't feeling very optimistic. And I feel like it's usually in times like this that I end up streaming, right? Because I feel like I don't have an outlet, you know? I don't really have a way to deal with the depression and the anxiety and the panic attacks that plague me almost every single day. I create so many different situations and scenarios in my head, and I just don't know how to calm down, how to relax, how to, you know? So yeah. We're just streaming mostly to get my mind off of things, right? under. Bring all the rain, all the wife that you left me. Take me under. Tonight, 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 tonight. Hey, hey, hey. You are not alone. Times are tough, a lot of evil around, but you have to set an example through all the bullshit. Keep your head up, King. You're a beacon of light. I actually want to say, I really do appreciate that, bro. Ham frig. I really appreciate that. Honestly, because that's what kept me going all of this time, right? That's what I feel like kept me focused on the content creation, on doing the live streams, on doing the videos, right? It's because I said that same thing. The older I got, the more I realized that there's so much darkness, there's so much evil, there's so much going on in this world that it's hard to stay positive, it's hard to stay optimistic. So that's what I wanted to do. I wanted my YouTube, I wanted my Twitch, I wanted all of my content to be a safe haven, right? I wanted people to see the energy that I radiated, so much so that it would change their day. It would help anybody forget the issues that they're going through, if even for a minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. You know, that's always what I wanted to be. But while I do feel like I've been, I would say, successful to a certain point in doing that, it still gets hard because I'm human too, right? I still have my own issues that I go through. I still have a bunch of stuff that affects me. I still have my days where I'm just tired and I feel like there's so much weight on me that I can't do anything about it, right? So it's just, some days it's hard. Some days it's definitely hard. That's a great goal. Building a community of like-minded people to keep a safe space is something this world needs. I feel the same way, bro. I wholeheartedly agree because again, there's way too much darkness in this world. There's way too much evil, there's way too much darkness. The weight of this world is too heavy for anybody to carry on their own, bro. It is, I swear I can't put it into words, but I wholeheartedly agree, and it's not an easy thing. It's not an easy thing to help others. It's not an easy thing to stay positive. It's so much easier to just give in to the negativity, to just be negative and pessimistic every day, to just be hopeless, to just live in the darkness, right? It's so much easier, but it requires so much energy to be positive, bro. It's so hard sometimes. The community definitely helps though. Spreading positivity, being a positive role model, building your own skills to rely less on others and make yourself more valuable in the physical world. All goals men can strive to do. Yeah, but again, bro, it's not easy. It's a noble goal, one that we all want because I feel like it gives us purpose. It gives us a sense of I'm really helping out. But it's just when you're, what's the best, how the best way I could describe it, right, is heroes. Like I think back to My Hero Academia because one of the characters in there says this all the time, but it's like if the heroes are the ones that are always putting themselves in the front lines to basically help others, who helps the heroes when the heroes need help, right? So I kind of just think about it like that. Like I spend so much of my time, I feel like, helping others or putting others first, that when I need help, when it's my turn to basically receive that help, it's like where do I get that help from? Who do I turn to? When the support starts to crumble, who supports the support, you know? Like I feel like that's just the hard part about everything. Yeah, but silver lining, you have both arms. That's a reset, though. I used to give myself perspective. I hope things work out. It's easy to lose track of your needs while hard carrying others. Yeah, uh, that's true. I'm grateful for what I still have. Life just gets hard sometimes, you know? But I try not to complain too much. It's not easy. The evil in the world wants us to be held down. They want us to rely on the system. These are the things we have to do to show them they need us and not the other way around. Facts, bro. I don't know, Hamfrig. I don't know if you are a religious person. I was born Catholic, right? My family has basically all been Christians. They've all always been talking about God, especially like my grandparents. My grandparents, more than anything, would always talk about God and believing in God and all this other stuff, right? And I always kind of just felt like throughout my entire life, I always had a vague understanding of God. Like I knew of God, but I never relied on God, if that made sense. But at the end of 2025, just a few months ago, I felt like I was in a really terrible situation that I just did not want to be in. And I felt like I spent basically my entire life, or at least what feels like my entire life, trying to find some sort of peace and happiness and purpose and all of that stuff, right? And I feel like I failed to provide that for myself. But like I said, over the last couple of months, I was going through a situation that in my desperation, it really made me turn to God. And I feel like for the first time in my entire life, like I really threw myself at his knees and was just like, I need help. Threw myself at his feet. I got on my knees, I meant to say, but I just felt like I really started to pray. I really started to ask for help. And over these last few months, I feel like I've definitely created a much better relationship with God than I've ever had my entire life. And things have gotten a bit better, but I'm not out of the woods. I'm still being affected by certain things. And some days I feel like, I have the confidence in saying that the Lord's going to take care of me, that God's going to take care of me, God's going to provide, I'm going to be okay, I'm going to get past this storm, things are going to get so much better. And other days, the logical part of my brain is just like, I seriously cannot find a single way out of this situation that I'm in, and I'm screwed. And it scares the living hell out of me because I don't know what to do. Right now in my life, I'm living the very definition of walking by faith and not by sight. Because if I'm just relying on the things that I see in front of me, I feel like I am a nervous wreck. I don't know how to get past it. But with the faith, I'm hoping that things get better, man. It's just crazy. I'm not a very religious man. Never really went to church. I'm just trying to do what I think is the right thing. Same thing I said too, bro. Just like I said, my entire life, I've never been that religious. I've always tried to do things with my own two hands and a little bit of luck. But I feel like I've gotten to the point in my life where it feels like everything that I tried to do, no matter how good I think I am at it, no matter how much help I receive, it feels like God's making me fail on purpose to make me realize my own limitations, if that makes sense. I really hope it does, because sometimes I even feel like I sound crazy, but I feel like there's only so much that I could do on my own, bro. And I don't know. I feel like my intentions are good. My goals are nice. But it literally feels like no matter which angle I try to go, no matter what I feel like I try to do, it just feels like the universe is one step ahead. You know, if I try to maneuver this way, it feels like the universe was already there waiting for me. I try to dodge this way, and it feels like the universe already had a plan for that, you know? Like I'm just like I'm like, damn man, what do I do? Like, give me a break. So it's just, yeah. It's hard, man. But I do feel like I'm gonna be alright. I always feel like I'm gonna be alright. I just feel like I just need sometimes in situations like this, I just feel like I need a moment to really just feel the negativity, feel the pessimism, let me wallow in it for a little bit so that I could, I guess, feel a little bit better. You know, and most of the time in times like this is when I usually try to fight it, right? This is when I usually try to be as positive and optimistic as I can be. I try to tell myself, you know, things are going to get better, you know, all of that stuff. But certain times like this, when it just feels completely overwhelming, I feel like these are the type of days where I'm just like, nah, just let me feel it. Let me feel the negativity. Let me feel the pessimism. Let me wallow in this feeling for a little bit so that I could move past it instead of trying to just, instead of fighting it, I fully jump into it, basically. Let me fully jump into this feeling for a little bit. Let me feel it in its entirety so that I could move on, right? So today's just one of those days for me. I think I get where you're coming from. No shame in moping about for a little while. It honestly helps reset your mental. It does for me. I'll order like 7 pizzas, turn off my phone, and play Chrono Trigger. Come out the other side as right as rain. That's funny. Yeah, I just like to complain for a bit and fully feel what I'm going through so that I can move on. I don't trust myself. Yeah. Can feel the power running through my veins, getting louder, calling out my name, and it feels like sunlight in the night sky. It shines on my mind. I love this song. Be a good man. Oh, That's why we have to do our best to navigate these obstacles. There will always be things in the way of good people trying to do good things. That's the tough part. But what you have to do is build a legacy, and I don't mean be rich and famous. Be a good man and spread your wisdom to your family. Show them a positive way of thinking and living so the chain continues, is what I mean by build a legacy. Yeah, I know what you mean. I never I never started YouTube or Twitch with the intention of just trying to get rich and famous because I know that's not going to solve all the issues that I have, right? I I always wanted my legacy, if people remember me for one thing, it's the fact that I wanted to shine light. A little bit of light, a little bit more light on this world. This world is too dark. So I wanted to make it just a little bit brighter before I leave, right? And I want others to basically do that same thing. I want other people to see what I'm trying to do for the community, and I want them to do it too. Because if the more people try to create safe havens and try to connect with people and help them try to forget about their issues or help solve them, then I feel like the world overall would be a much better place. I always told myself as a content creator, I've always dealt with a lot of mental health issues. I've tried to commit suicide a couple of times in my life, and I'm still here, luckily. So I always tell myself that I don't want people to go through the same thing I went through, the whole mental health, the suicidal thoughts, feeling worthless, no purpose, all of that stuff, because it's not a great feeling. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. So I always tell myself that through my content, if I could at least have one person say that they were thinking about committing suicide, or they were thinking about harming themselves, but they saw something I said, seen something I did, or watched one of my videos and said, you know what, I'm going to keep going, then I would tell myself that I have succeeded as a content creator. I'm a very successful content creator. Even if I'm not making any money, even if I'm not super famous, told myself that if I could help somebody like that, I would feel like the most successful content creator in the world. If I could help at least one person that was just like me navigate some of the stuff that they're going through, then I don't care if I never make $1, bro. Because I ended up doing something so much better, right? At least that's how I look at it, right? I see myself in your eyes. I see myself in your eyes. I see myself in your eyes. But yeah, I feel like that's really all of what today's stream is. Aside from us doing Wintertodt and trying to work on the Hardcore Ironman, trying to get top 10 overall, today's stream is just basically just me venting, just me complaining a little bit. Just like I said, I always contemplated suicide. I always harmed myself in the past. That's always the way that I dealt with it. This is kind of like how I deal with it now. Like, I just been having one of those weeks where I haven't really been able to work on any kind of content because I felt like I've been so depressed this week and anxious about the future, and I feel like it's been so bad that I couldn't focus on editing videos. I couldn't even focus on recording. I think I recorded a couple videos this week and they came out so bad. Like, I went to go edit them and I was just like, this is terrible, because I'm either not saying anything or I'm just saying a bunch of random gibberish because my mind is in like 1,000 different places at the same time. So I was like, all right, I just need to take a break. That's kind of the reason why we came back to ho ho, Ham Freak just followed. Hell yeah, I appreciate that, bro. Hell yeah. Our community grows even larger. Hell yeah, bro. I appreciate that. I really do. I sympathize with that. I struggle with depression too. I just want to say I'm glad you're here and the world needs more thinkers like you. Well, I'm very happy you found a positive outlet to let your frustrations out. Hell yeah, bro. I appreciate that. Because again, at the height of all of these mental health issues that I was going through, right? I went to therapy for about 5 years, and I seen 3 different therapists within those 5 years. I've taken medication. I've ended up in a mental health hospital. And with all of these resources, I would say that's meant to try and help me, nothing worked. And that honestly terrified the living soul out of me, if I can be honest with you guys. Because when my mental health really started to spiral out of control, I felt like there was nothing that could help me. I felt like even when I was talking to family members and friends, it felt like I was standing right in front of them. It felt like I was screaming at the top of my lungs for help right in front of them, and they couldn't hear me. That's probably the best analogy that I could give you guys. Like, it felt like I was underwater, screaming at the top of my lungs, help, I need help. And they're right here in front of me, but they can't hear me. They can't understand me. They don't know what's going on. They don't know how to help me. They don't even know that I'm in trouble. And when I tell you, like, that did something on the inside of me, like, it just, I felt like my mental health spiraled out of control, bro. So going to therapy, taking medication, ending up in the hospital, these were all different ways to try to help me. And I felt like nothing worked. So because I felt like nothing worked, it made me honestly feel like, all right, I'm just meant to feel like this the rest of my life. And I don't want to feel like this the rest of my life. So my only option is to take my life so that I don't have to feel these emotions anymore. Right? And again, it wasn't until maybe like a few months ago that I was just like, I really started to turn to religion, that I started to turn to God, that I felt like God was the only one that I could vent these out to. Felt like God was the only one that would listen to me, that would care for me. And it wasn't like that at first, because when I first started praying, when I first started watching sermons and stuff like that, and these pastors would be like, oh, God loves you and he wants the best for you, and you know, if your soul requires rest, seek him. I was very cynical. I was just like, yeah, you know, God must love other people and hate me, or God must be making me go through all of these things that I'm going through because it's funny to him. Maybe him and all the angels are up there in heaven laughing at all of the pain and suffering that I'm going through. Maybe he's ordaining the suffering that I'm going through because of whatever. But I don't know. It just, I was very cynical. But it honestly started to help after a while. After a while, just learning more about the Bible, learning more about God and stuff like that, it honestly started to put me a little bit more at ease. And that's why I said I'm kind of in the space right now where I'm trying to walk by faith and not by sight. Like, I'm trying to believe in God. I'm trying to love people. I'm trying to do the very best I can. And I'm just hoping that a miracle will happen for me. I want a testimony. I want to be able to tell people like, yeah, this was my life. I turned to God. I struggled, but then this happened and we're here now. Is it going to happen? I don't know, but I'm doing the very best that I can every single day. And that's really all I could say about that. It's not the same for everyone. Traditional therapy did nothing for me too. My outlet just so happens to be tinkering on cars and watches and computers and pretty much anything I can. It's odd, but it helps me a lot. No, I honestly get that. And I feel like that's what more people need. I feel like because if you hold on to that stuff too much for too long, it destroys you, bro. That's why I said with all the mental health stuff, I felt like I started having panic attacks. I started just stressing so hard, so much. And I had no outlet. I had no way of venting, no way of releasing. So all of that stuff just built up internally, and I felt like it really started to destroy me from the inside out, bro. I hated how I felt every single day. I hated that feeling that I carried. And after so much time had passed, I hated feeling the way that I was feeling every single day. And I felt like that's what added on to the feeling of I just want to kill myself. Because I'm like, I'm tired of feeling like this. I'm tired of being tired, if that makes sense. So I was like, I want to feel anything. I don't care what it is, but I want to feel anything else other than what I'm feeling in the present moment. And then I started hurting myself. I started taking a bunch of different pills. I started doing all kinds of crazy stuff, bro. All kinds of crazy shit. But that's why we're here now. That's why we're chilling. Even if I do get a little depressed, I feel like I just do stuff like this now. Like I told myself this will basically be like a mental health day for me, right? Where I try to not do anything that'll cause me to overthink. We basically turn our mind off. We're just chilling. We're playing RuneScape. We're talking to the community. We're sharing our thoughts. And I guarantee you, I'm going to feel a whole lot better after this stream. But I feel like this is what I do now instead of hurting myself, instead of, taking a bunch of pills, instead of harming myself. But yeah. That's all it is. I'm gonna be alright. I have coffee. I've got coffee. We're at level 90 fire making, so we really only have 9 levels left to go until we get our fire making cape, which is gonna be really nice for the hardcore. We just gotta take it easy, one day at a time, one foot in front of the other. You know, this might be a random time to say this, but I feel like I need to turn this up a little bit more so I can hear when I take damage. I don't want to end up dying. But yeah, it might be a random time to say this, but I'm glad you find ways to cope with those thoughts in a positive way, man. Your journey sounds rough, but on the other side, you came out strong, and you try to spread positivity. Like I said, you're a beacon of light, man. I could tell right away. I really do appreciate that, bro. I really do. From the bottom of my heart, I really do appreciate that. Because I really do want to be a beacon of light to others who have suffered like I've suffered, you know? Who have gone through mental health stuff like I have. It's hard. But yeah. Random thing I want to say. One of my favorite quotes that I heard a long time ago that also kind of helps me is the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for all the good men to do nothing. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for all the good men to do nothing. It's easier to do nothing. It's easier to do what's wrong. It's easier to give up. It's hard to keep going. It's hard to keep the faith. It's hard to have motivation. It's hard to do the right thing. It's hard. No one ever said that it was going to be easy doing the right thing. But, I feel like I still choose to do what's hard instead of trying to do what's right. Or what feels easy, I should say. So it's just, it's crazy, man. I don't know. It definitely is crazy. Oh, love. Say it louder. Hell yeah, man. But yeah, I feel like one of the main reasons why I wanted to stream today is because I recently got more into the video content creation than I did the live streams, which I think I was kind of saying when I first started the stream. So like if you go to my YouTube channel, you'll actually see that I've been uploading a lot more videos lately instead of just generally live streaming. But I originally told myself that I would upload 3 videos a week because I felt like that was the most that I could do without like burning myself out. But even then, I feel like if you look at when I upload my videos, it's like I'll upload 1 video this week, or I uploaded 2 last week, or I had 1 week where I actually did upload all 3. And I feel like it's just because of the stuff that I'm going through, right? Like how I end up feeling. I end up feeling depressed or anxious, and I feel like that really affects how I do my videos, how I end up recording, how I end up editing. And I either just end up not uploading altogether or whatever the case is. So just drop the sub. Hell yeah, I appreciate that. I really, really do appreciate that. Hell yeah. Help support your boy. Let's build a very great community. Is all I could say. But yeah, I'm just I feel like I'm trying to find more of my own motivation. I feel like I have really great goals. The motivation behind all of my videos and the channel itself, I feel like is a really great, noble one, I would say, you know, trying to create the safe haven and all that stuff for people, but it's just me. It's just me and my own mentality, because I get in my own head so much and I cause myself to have low self-esteem and zero confidence and all this stuff, and it snowballs, right? One negative thought snowballs into something much bigger, and then now I'm trying to edit this video while all of these different voices are basically saying all of these negative things, and I'm just like, I can't focus. I can't do it. So I don't know. Like I said, I'm just trying to do the best I can. One foot in front of the other. I'm trying to break down these grand goals into something so much smaller and simpler to give me greater motivation, I would say. Like, instead of telling myself like, oh, I have to wake up tomorrow and I have to record this video and I have to make sure that it's edited by the end of the day, and I'm not feeling it because, you know, depression and anxiety, so now I don't want to do it. Instead of telling myself all of that, I want to just be able to be like, all right, I'm just going to record whatever game that I want to edit. I'm just going to record it today. And then maybe tomorrow, maybe I'll edit the first half. And then the day after that, maybe I'll edit the second half, and bam, I have a video. I read your YouTube bio and I want to say, isn't it really dope how we as two people, me being non-religious and you being religious, can come together and help each other and agree on being a positive human being in this world of evil? Yeah, it really is. It 110% is. Because another thing with me, bro, I'm not one of those people, even if I am religious, even if I do believe in God, I'm not going to be one of those people that try to force it down your throat, right? I'm not going to be one of those people that be like, what? You don't believe in God? You have to believe in God because of X, Y, and Z and all this stuff, whatever. Honestly, if you don't believe in him, I honestly couldn't care, because I feel like that's not necessarily what's important to me. I feel like what's important is that we're both humans, bro, and we both feel things and we both go through things, and everybody's just trying to navigate this life the best way that we know how, and we may not always get it right, but we're still human. The world has enough issues in it without me trying to, you know, trying to force something on you that you may or may not want. So I don't know if that makes sense or not either, but yeah, I just want people to be happy. I want to be happy. I want the people around me to be happy. Even strangers I don't know, people I've never met. You never know what people are going through. You never know what kind of day they had, week, month, year. I just want people to be happy, bro. That's it for me. I grew up with Southern Baptist grandparents. They preached about how people have to be Christian They even refuted dinosaurs because they were a testament of God, and it honestly made me have a very bad view of religious people growing up. I've come to realize as I get older that that's not a very religious person. You know, honestly, I would kind of say something similar in the sense that growing up, because just like how I told you before, like my family's always been very religious, but I feel like me, I've never been very religious until maybe like a few months ago. But growing up, one of the reasons I feel like I've never been very religious is usually because most of the people that I had the most issues with were religious people. Most of the time, the people who claimed to go to church like every day, the people who claim to be the most religious, the people who claim to be the most devout followers of God or something like that, were usually the people that I saw casting the most darkness into this world, right? Doing the most heinous stuff, saying stuff that they're not supposed to be saying, doing stuff that they're not supposed to be doing. And that kind of always made me feel as well growing up that I'm like, I don't want to be a part of the church. I don't want to go to church. I don't want to be around those people. I don't want to say that I love people and that I love God, and then I go behind their backs and I'm stealing and lying and gossiping and doing all this other stuff. And I'm just like, that's not who I am. I'm like, I don't want to be a part of that. So like even now, like I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like even now, even though I feel more religious now than I did in the past, I still don't go to like an actual church. I watch my sermons online, even like on Sunday mornings. Like I watch a church called Passion City Church DC, right? And they're all the way in DC. I'm in Las Vegas. So they're far from me, but I still tune in to their specific church because I like their pastor. I like the way that he's explained certain passages and all that other stuff. So it's just, I don't know. I always feel I kind of feel the same way, bro. Yeah, that's exactly what I saw. Yeah, it's weird. So at least for me, I try not to focus on. I feel like the religion itself to me isn't that important, and that might be a bad thing to say. Who knows? It's just to me. I feel like, especially with religion, right, with believing in God and stuff like that. One of the main things that I've learned over these last few months is that one of the things it means to love and believe in God is to love his people, right? Because God would love any type of person because he can see the good in everybody, right? I feel like that's the complete opposite of me. I feel like I hate people. I feel like I will go outside and actively avoid people because, you know, I don't like people. But I honestly, even though I say that, I honestly do believe that I'm trying to help people too. I may not like people, like if I go grocery shopping and people are being loud in, the grocery store and stuff like that, I'm always just like, ugh, get me home, get me out of this store, get me away from these people. But at the same time too, I feel like you could see that anytime I see somebody going through mental health issues, or I know somebody that's just super depressed, super anxious, it's ruining their life and all that stuff like that, I feel like I have so much sympathy for people like that. So much empathy, I would say, because I've been in the same boat. So it's just like I always want to help people get out of that because I know what it feels like to be in that headspace. I know what it feels like, to feel all of that. And I'm always just like, I don't want that person to feel that. I want to help this person. I don't want them to commit suicide. I don't want them to harm themselves. I don't want them to think that they're worthless, that they have no purpose, that their existence is completely useless. Like, I don't want that. So I feel like in that moment, I'm always just like, how do I help? How do I help? How do I help these people? How do I help this person? What do I do? What do I say? You know? This in this world, people weaponize Christianity and Catholicism and other religions to judge others and excuse terrible behavior when that's not what religion is about, in my personal opinion. But what do I know? Facts, bro. I say the same thing. I can't even go around and tell people that, hey, you're supposed to act like this or you're supposed to believe in this. Everybody's journey is different. You know, obviously my journey might be different from someone else's or whatever the case is, but again, I feel like I try to focus on the core. I don't care what it is that you believe in. I don't care what it is that you think. I care about the core issue, and the core issue is that whether you're religious or not, I feel like we can all agree that there's way too much darkness in this world. There's too much darkness and not enough light. And whether you're religious or not, I feel like everybody can see that. Everybody feels it, and it's a terrible feeling, bro. Best thing that we can do is just come together and help each other out the best that we can. Which is, like I said, you may not be able to change the world, but you may be able to change the world of one person. You may not be able to help every single person on this planet, but through your actions, you can definitely help one. At least. There's at least one person. Before you end up leaving this world, I feel like you can deeply affect at least one other person. And that could domino effect. You could help one person, and through helping that person could end up doing something that'll help two people. Those two people could go around and do something where three people end up getting affected. It doesn't have to double every time. But now these three people can go and help somebody that now might cause it to be like 5 people are affected. You know, something like that. Isn't what I said borderline false profiting? A person who falsely claims to speak on behalf of divine authority, which is what people do, which then sets a bad example, misleading people to use religion as a self-serving purpose, right? Yeah, people do that all the time. There are a lot of people out there who are false prophets, who claim to speak directly with God, who twist the words of the Bible or, you know, certain passages. Like, for example, I know there's a passage that might say something along the lines of love your neighbor, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to love your neighbor, but you know, if they're in trouble, help them. If you see them struggling, help them, that sort of thing. Like, in that sense, love your neighbor. A false prophet can go and take that and be like, oh, you have to love your neighbor. You have to be intimate with your neighbor. That's the only way that you're going to get into heaven, sort of thing. And then, you know, you go back and you look in the Bible and those words would not even be there. And you'll be like, what the heck? Like, Bible said nothing about being intimate with your neighbor to get into heaven. It just said, love your neighbor. Help them out every once in a while. You see them struggling? Lend a hand, basically. Not even like that. I'm talking about the people who judge people on a daily basis using the Bible as a weapon. It's like borderline false prophet. Yeah, they definitely have people like that too. Which is why I don't try to focus on, and I honestly feel like this is the problem, bro, is that there's a lot of religious people out there who ad break. If you're looking for me, baby, I know you can find me going somewhere. I know that the heartbeat only to guide me, following the sun. Ooh. Your community is back. Welcome back, community. Um, but I was gonna say, yeah, they definitely have people like that, bro. There's definitely people out there like that, which is why with my whole journey, I feel like with the issue is that people take religion and they try to dictate what everybody else is doing based off of that religion, right? And I feel like that's not how it's supposed to be. I honestly feel like ever since I started to grow my relationship with God, it's all been internal, right? I feel like it's all been God shining a light on me so I could see the parts of myself that I need to work on. I feel like he's been exposing parts of me so I could work on me, if that makes sense. Like, I could say that I believe in God, but then he'll put it to the test and show me that I didn't really believe in him because of X, Y, and Z, right? But I don't know. I feel like that's just me. Like, I feel like if people worried more about themselves and their relationships with God instead of worrying about what other people are doing, then I don't know. Maybe religion would be so much better. I feel like it's too much finger pointing. Too much finger pointing. Like, oh, I said my prayers today, so I'm a holy person. What did you do today? You stayed in bed until all this other stuff. And it's just like, dude, leave me alone. Get out my face. I'm thinking I need to pick up the Bible and read it and understand what it means to me. Yeah, I mean, I can't judge from the outside without knowing what they think from the inside. Very, very true. And that's actually one of the things I started doing recently too. Like, I haven't read the entire Bible, but I recently started reading it, and I'm taking my time reading it. I'm not in a rush. I'm not telling myself that, oh, I need to have finished reading the Bible by the end of this month. Nope. Maybe like every few days, or maybe like after like a week or so, if all I read is like a couple more pages, that's all I do. Because I'm not in a rush to learn it. I like to read a little bit and kind of just internalize it, like really contemplate, the meaning and what I feel like it means. And again, the sermons that I watch online from Passion City Church, there's a pastor that goes through the Bible, and he's basically explaining what it means. And I just like the way that he explains things. I like the way that he talks about it, and he's really been helping me. I feel like he's definitely a great pastor. So I just yeah, my life is very different now than it was even a few months ago, bro. And I'm very very grateful for it. Right, I'll have to check it out. Do it, bro. Do it, do it. And again, I still feel very skeptical of like certain religious people, because again, I still feel like even now there's a lot of people who try to weaponize the Bible, and I'm not for it, bro. Again, I already have too much on my mind. I already have too much going on to now have to try and fight religious battles with other people. I'm a very chill dude, bro. As you will come to find out if you stick around long enough and watch my streams and my videos. I'm a very chill dude. I just like to be here, minding my own business, having fun, connecting with people. So I don't have time to gossip and to weaponize the Bible and to tell people what they have to do and what they should and shouldn't do and all this other stuff. We're just here to listen to music, to chill, to have a good time, forget about our issues, and live our life. That's really all we're doing over here. I don't got time for nothing else. All right, I gotta get going. It was really nice meeting you. For real, keep your head up. I'll be back. 100,000%. Hell yeah, I appreciate it, bro. Appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Again, I really do appreciate it. If I don't see you before I end the stream, have a wonderful rest of your day. And yeah, I'll see you either in the next stream or the next video that I upload. Thank you so much for sticking around. Sounds good, man. Have a nice day. Yeah. Have a good one. Out and down a day home, about you. Oh, you're around before I got door. Come around before you got holding, 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 holding. All right. Back to the actual Wintertodt content. Level 90. We've got 9 more levels to go until we actually hit level 99, and then we are basically done here at Wintertodt until we go for 200 mil XP. Don't let it go. Not when your night gets on. I won't be alone. I don't even know how many points we have so far because we've been doing this for a little over an hour. Or no, just about an hour. We've been live for about an hour and 20 minutes. And apparently that's because it took me about 20 minutes to go and get coffee. So, yeah. After about an hour of Wintertodt, we can actually see how much, we can see how much points we're gonna get after we're done here. Or how much points we have in total. You'll let it go. Even feel you when you're not. And all night So I won't, I won't, I won't, I won't. We won't be alone. All right, so about after an hour or so of doing Wintertodt, I want to say maybe I had a couple of points before I started this, but we're basically at 47 points. So after this next game, we'll be at 50 total points. I don't even know how long. It's already 10:30. I don't even know how long I'm going to end up doing this for. But all I do know is that we for sure most likely are going to be here at Wintertodt until we get 99 fire making. And it will actually be the first. Excuse me. It will actually end up being the first 99 that we get on this account. I still have a couple of skills that are still pretty low level. Rune crafting, hunter, and sailing being those 3 skills. Everything else I have basically base 40. Only thing that's under 40 is thieving, but everything else is basically base 40. Except for rune crafting, hunter, and sailing. So I definitely need to start working on some of those skills pretty soon. I don't know why I keep yawning so much now. Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, 8. Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, 8. No dance. For you the band. Piano man. Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, 8. Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, 8. You know, one of the things I've been trying to figure out as well is whether or not I want to live stream more, or if I want to focus on the videos more. I like doing the YouTube videos because they have a lot of replay value, meaning I feel like having the videos means that somebody could watch a video today and maybe a few months from now, if they really wanted to, they can go back and rewatch the video if they really liked it or found it interesting or whatever the case is. So I feel like the videos have a lot more replay value, whereas I like the live streams because I get to interact with people live. Right, that's the whole point of live streaming. So usually when I'm playing games like RuneScape and I get like a really, really valuable drop, I feel like it's much better getting it on live stream and celebrating that moment with the people that's watching versus doing the videos. Excuse me, I don't know why I keep yawning. But I do like the videos. Because again, it has a lot of replay value. Man, I thought musketeer. thought Musketeer hat wasn't hard glue. When did it go to weird? Was it always elite? I have no idea. Oh. Man, every time I do that, sometimes I'm always scared because I'm like, oh, did I just end the stream? I have a couple of one of the things that I wanted to start doing in the live streams is I started to stockpile my reward caskets from the clue scrolls, right? I don't think I have a lot right now. I think I only have like 3 easy caskets and I think 2 beginner caskets in the bank. But part of me wanted to start holding on to them until I do a live stream, and then I wanted to start opening them up like at the end of the live streams. So even if I did stream like maybe let's say once a week or something like that, I wanted to just stockpile all of them, open them up all at one time at the end of the stream. Do snap. Hey, it's been a while. Yes, it has. It definitely has. I will fully admit to that. Honestly, I wasn't really planning on streaming today, but I was feeling a little bit down. I was feeling a little bit depressed, anxious, if you will. And I feel like usually when I feel like this, I usually like to stream. Have you been playing still? Caps. Yes. So this Hardcore Ironman that I'm playing is actually a new Hardcore Ironman. All right? If you want to see the stats on this one, these are the stats of this newer Hardcore Ironman. I'm total level 1385. We're currently working towards getting 99 fire making. How come new? It's new because I am actually in the process of de-ironing the original one. And I'm only doing that because I've talked about for a while that I wanted an account to practice on, right? I wanted a high level account so I could practice certain things like Zora, Theater of Blood, Tombs of a Masket, even certain quests like maybe Dragon Slayer 2, Song of the Elves. And I didn't really want to work on a fresh account just for that. So I'm basically in the process of de-ironing the original Hardcore because that one's pretty high level. And I told myself that I would start over because if you watch my Hardcore Ironman series on YouTube, the first, I would say maybe like 15 videos are kind of hard to watch, right? So part of me was like, oh, I want to reset my Hardcore Ironman series or start over from the beginning, right? So this basically allowed me to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Creating a new Hardcore allowed me to redo the series on YouTube, which I'm actually in the process of doing now. I don't have any videos yet on this Hardcore, but I do have them all recorded. I have a stockpile of videos that I need to go through, edit, and upload and put it on YouTube, and we're gonna make the secondary series so much better than the first one. And that excuse me. And that second reason is that now I have an account to practice harder content for this hardcore. So when I get ready to do things like Zora and whatnot, I can hop over to the other account, practice it, get comfortable with it, then I can jump back on this hardcore, fight it, get blowpipe and all that other fun jazz. Nice, mate. I fell off of OSRS, to be honest. You caught up to me on this new Hardcore Ironman. You know, I kind of did fall off for a bit too as well, because I ended up getting this seasonal job that had me working full-time. Well, I would say more than full-time. It felt like I was working overtime, but it was only seasonal. So it was only for, I think, like 2 months it felt like I completely stopped playing, because for those 2 months I was just working nonstop. I'd get up, go to work, come home, take a shower, get something to eat, go to sleep, repeat the process. So it's only now that I'm kind of like getting back into the swing of things. So yeah, even my YouTube, if you go to my YouTube channel, I've basically become a variety content creator again. So if you go to my YouTube channel, you'll actually see that I've uploaded like different games. And, you know, just like I said, I'm working on this new Hardcore Ironman series now. So I'm going to start uploading these videos soon, along with those other videos that I've been uploading. So I've been doing a lot. Definitely have been doing a lot. Definitely trying to get back into the swing of things. So yeah, it's definitely been a while since I streamed old school RuneScape though, and that I'm actually trying to find a balance as well. I'm trying to find a balance of when I'm going to be uploading videos and when I'm going to be streaming, because I still want to do both essentially, right? I told myself that it would be easiest for me to stream RuneScape content when I'm doing something that's like repetitive, you know, over and over again. Like if I'm fighting a boss trying to get a certain drop, I can stream that. Or if I'm doing things like Wintertodt or Temperos, I feel like I could also stream that. Because I feel like I like to save most of the progression for the actual videos themselves, you know? I feel like it's just easier to format my videos when all of my recordings is just, all right, we've done this quest. All right, I've collected these items. All right, I finally got this drop. Because that's the issue that I'm having right now, is that the beginning of this new Hardcore Ironman series, I think I had already done like 3 live streams. So my issue right now is turning those live streams into videos, because I feel like, you know, those streams are like 4 or 5 hours long, and I have to go through all of that footage to see what it is that I want to put in the actual video itself. So I could end up watching a 4 or 5 hour stream to put one thing in there. I could end up watching a 5 hour stream just to be like, all right guys, so we completed Dragon Slayer, right? So I don't know. I'm really just trying to balance everything again, you know? Trying to find a way to get everything to a stable point. I had told myself that I was going to upload the first Hardcore Ironman video of this new series maybe like 3 weeks ago. But it's only because, like, I thought that I was going to be finished with it a long time ago, but every time I go back to edit it, there's, like, so much that I have to do that I'm just like, I'm not going to have this video out, like, anytime soon, bro. And it does bother me because I'm just like, I want to not only upload the gaming videos I've been uploading, but every Friday, I told myself I want to specifically dedicate to Hardcore Ironman. And I haven't been able to upload a Hardcore Ironman video in like months. It feels like. I feel like that's part of the reason why I'm streaming today, is just because I feel like this is this is definitely something that I could stream instead of just doing videos on, because in the videos I'm not gonna have all of this. I'm not gonna be sitting here at this brazier in Wintertodt for a whole video. You know, in the videos, all you're gonna see is, all right, guys, we finally hit 90 fire making. We have 54 points. Let's see what we get today, and then I'm gonna hit that reward card, and you know, that's gonna be it for that video. But I don't know. If I'm being completely honest, I really want to hurry up and get this Hardcore Ironman to where my other one was, because my original Hardcore, it actually died, by the way, because I told myself I'm in the process of de-ironing it. I went to Tombs of a Masket with some friends, and I was actually able to get through it, I think 2-3 times without dying. But that third time, I think it was, we upped the invocation and I ended up dying and I lost the hardcore status. But again, it's cool. I don't really mind because I had already started the process of removing the Iron Man status anyways. So I didn't really care that it died. But yeah. Tombs of a Masket is actually pretty fun too, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I would love to probably run it on this Hardcore Ironman, but I'm terrified. Terrified. I think the scariest thing that I know I have to do on this Hardcore Ironman is probably Dragon Slayer 2. I know I need to complete Dragon Slayer 2. Galvik scares the absolute crap out of me. Any boss with a one-shot mechanic, I'm always just like, why is this a thing, bro? Like, why are one-shot mechanics a thing? Makes no sense to me in this game. One-shot mechanics in RuneScape do not define skill. I feel like what defines skill is hard content, but not one-shot mechanics. Like, when you fight wardens in TOA, there's so much going on in that second phase of wardens. You're getting attacked by the wardens. You're getting attacked by the big crocodile thing. You're getting attacked by Baba, all at the same time. And even though it's not a one-shot mechanic, you can seriously take a lot of damage in a couple of seconds if you're not careful. But that's what I define more as skill. Because, like I said, it's not necessarily a one-shot mechanic, but that boss can kill you in a couple seconds. But that just feels better than oh, I lagged, and because I lagged, the boss one-shot me. Like, that's, to me, that's just stupid. Gotta say about, but I don't know, because again, I would really love to get some of the items from TOA on this hardcore. But I honestly, even though I'm trying to get top 10 Hardcore Ironman, right, there are a number of different steps I need to complete before I even think of getting top 10, right? I know one of the things that you need to do, one of the things that I need to complete before I even think about getting top 10 is getting every last one of my skills to level 99, right? And that's going to be a long time from now, right? Because some of these skills, I still have 3 skills that are under level 40. Well, 4 technically, but thieving is 38, so I still kind of count it as level 40. Because what? It'll take me like 20 minutes maybe to get to level 40, so I don't really count it. But besides thieving, the only other skills that I have below 40 is rune crafting at 9, Hunter is also level 9, and sailing is still level 1. I haven't even tried sailing yet on this account. Um, but yeah, if I could, I think I can actually show you guys too. I think it's a regular heart. It's a regular iron now. So if I type in Lord Pycaon, that's what I changed its name to. You can see, let's see if I get rid of my webcam really quickly. If you look here on the right hand side, this was my original hardcore. All right, level 1972, whereas this account's total level is only 1,385. You can see that I had several 99s on this account, whereas on this iron I don't have any 99s as of yet. We're currently working towards fire making, of course. But yeah, this original hardcore, I basically, with all of these stats, I had just started to get into PVMing. I had just started getting into bossing. Because I feel like I had essentially got everything on that original iron that anybody could get through, like skilling or, fighter torso from Barbarian Assault. I had got a whip through Slayer and all that other stuff. So I feel like the only way that I was able to upgrade my gear on that account was to start bossing. I had to start fighting people like General Grardor to get Bandos armor. I needed to start doing the raids to get raids armor, all that stuff, right? So I say all of that to say, on this hardcore, before we even think of getting top 10, there are steps that we need to do, steps that we need to take, goals that we need to accomplish before we can think of getting top 10. First thing, of course, like I said, is getting all of the skills to 99. But even before then, I started in my notes section on this right-hand side. You could see all of this right here under action plan that I'm highlighting. All of this. I am aiming towards completing Chambers of Xeric first. I think my first major goal on this Hardcore Ironman is going to be to greenlog Chambers of Xeric. If I can greenlog Chambers of Xeric, the very first raid to come out, then, it is a safe death for hardcores, but it has so many items that are going to be useful for this account. And all of the items that I want to collect, I put here. So through Chambers of Xeric, we could get the Ancestral set, which is, I think, right now the best in slot for magic. I believe you can get an Arcane Prayer Scroll, a Dexterous Prayer Scroll, Din's Bulwark, you can get D-Claws, you can get the Dragon Hunter Crossbow, Elder Maul, Kodai Insignia, Torn Prayer Scroll, Twisted Bow, Twisted Buckler. You can get a lot of best in slots from Chambers of Xeric. And because it's a safe death for Hardcore Ironman, it's definitely the raid that we want to greenlog first. Right? So I think that's basically the first goal. That's going to be the first goal on the hardcore. We're going to greenlog Chambers. Then I think I'm going to try to 99 the rest of my skills. And then we can worry about trying to get top 10. We can worry about then doing maybe Tombs of a Masket or even Theater of Blood if we're feeling very risky. But, man, I keep thinking about it. And part of me is just like, I don't know, man. Part of me is just like, I don't know. I don't know if we want to risk it. I don't know if we want to try at that point. But like I said, Dragon Slayer 2 is going to be the biggest obstacle, because I feel like the sooner I can get Dragon Slayer 2 complete, the sooner I feel like I can worry about maybe less dangerous content. I don't know. Really just have to see. I've been playing classic WoW lately. I heard that when a lot of the WoW players had started coming over to old school RuneScape, during that time, a lot of us were trying to figure out why. A lot of us were trying to figure out, like, oh, where are all of these new players coming from? Whatever. That's when we found out a lot of them were like World of Warcraft content creators and their communities that were coming over because World of Warcraft had become stagnant, whereas old school RuneScape kept updating and all that stuff, so they were trying it out. I found out, I guess I would say recently, that I guess World of Warcraft started updating a bunch of stuff, and it kind of reversed a little bit. Like some old school RuneScape players started going over to World of Warcraft now to basically try it out, to see what it was like, all that stuff. I've always wanted to play World of Warcraft. I was never able to growing up, which is how I got into RuneScape, because a lot of people were basically saying that RuneScape was the free version of World of Warcraft. But I just started playing RuneScape and I've never stopped playing. Like I still to this day have never played World of Warcraft, and I've always wanted to. I would love to do content on that. I would love, after all of these years, to finally play World of Warcraft and make like a YouTube series on it, maybe, or even live stream it. I would love to. But I don't know if with World of Warcraft, do you still have to... I knew that back then you had to buy the game and you had to subscribe monthly. Is that still the case? Like, do you still have to buy the game and be a member in order to play it? Or like, is it free now? Can you play it like free to play? Probably not, right? You'd probably still have to like buy the game and be a member, right? And I know that WoW has so much DLC. They have so much add-ons and stuff now. I wouldn't even know where to start if I started playing WoW, to be honest. But I've always wanted to play it. I've always wanted to play it. There's no way I can turn you down when I know that there's a chance to tell you as a one out of my. Only I can let you so. You can play retail free up to level 20, which isn't long. I don't know. Maybe that's something that I'll still check out. Like maybe Classic is sub and go. Yeah, I believe it. Cause I was about to say I would love to I would still love to try it out. Retail gets new DLC once every so often. So WoW Classic is going to be like OSRS, right? Like old school RuneScape, like how we have old school RuneScape and then we have RS3. I'm assuming WoW Classic is basically old school RuneScape, and the regular WoW, like the WoW retail, I'm guessing is like RuneScape 3, kind of. Basically. Because if that's the case, I want to play WoW Classic. Like I want to play the version of World of Warcraft that I've always wanted to play since I was freaking in like middle school, which I'm assuming would be. Classic is slower and better. Yeah, I feel like I would definitely try out Classic first, if anything. Held a message for a reason. Smart detection. Deny. Yeah, get that comment out of here. Get stream. We don't care about stream booze. Retail is just newer with new things, but not better. Yeah, so just like the situation with RuneScape, it sounds like. Anybody wants to play RuneScape, you always direct them to old school RuneScape and not RS3. Like RS3 is just, it's just shinier and has voice acting and all that stuff like that, but it doesn't mean that the game itself is better. Right? Yeah. Who knows? Like I said, maybe one of these days I'll actually try to I'll try to pick it up maybe for maybe like a month or two. Maybe we'll take a break from RuneScape eventually and hop over to WoW Classic for a little bit. I would definitely try it out for like a month or something like that. And again, do like a YouTube series or even a live streams on it. And then like at the end of that month or something like that, I could be like, all right, I played WoW for a month straight. These are my thoughts. I've just jumped onto retail for the new DLC. Let's see how it goes. Right, and I feel like I feel like you're gonna end up popping back up into like a later stream and be like, all right, bro. So I tried it out, and I'm gonna be like, oh no, what happened? Was it that bad? Combo. Hey, 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 hey. Oh no, I'm over here clicking stuff. Took off the hood. Get out of here. Notification. Even though even though I said multiple times that I want to get this hardcore Ironman to the point where my old one was, so I could jump back into PVM, even though I say that, I definitely want to work on skilling a bit more on this account than my old one, right? Like like on this old Iron Man, I only got my mining up to level 78, right? Basically, more or less the same that this account is on, right? But I want to get to, instead of getting it to 78, I want to get my mining up to level 92, because 92 is going to allow me to mine amethyst, so I can make amethyst arrows or even amethyst like bolts if I want to. And I feel like that's going to be a nice little upgrade for whatever bow that I'm using. And if hopefully if I can get the twisted bow from Chambers of Xeric, then those amethyst arrows are going to come in handy a lot, right? Same thing with maybe like herblore, I would say, because with herblore on the old account, I only got my herblore up to level 78, which on this account, even though it's level 50, I want to get it up to level 90. I want to get my herblore up to level 90, because 90 is going to make it so that I can make things like overloads for Chambers of Xeric, and I believe at that point I should be able to make Ceradomin brews and just about everything else that I would need. I feel like 90 herblore would allow me to make Ceradomin brews. It should allow me to make restore potions and even like stamina pots and, you know, super combats and all of that other stuff, I believe. So even though I want to rush to get to PVM content, I still feel like there's a lot of skilling that I would like to knock out of the way before I just like full dive into PVM. Again, of course, we want to get everything to level 99 because that's what we're going to need in order to get to top 10. But I don't think I'm gonna get everything to 99 before I start PVMing, right? I mean, I should just in case I die, but I don't know. The upgrades always feel really, really nice on the Ironman. So being able to get better melee gear, better range gear, better mage gear, or whatever the case is, it feels so good. So I feel like I'm always like, I want to upgrade, I want to upgrade, I want to upgrade. Level 91 fire making coming in. Hell yeah. I wish you I wish you well. I wish you well. So I don't know. Ho, one of the things that I will say I'm happy about though. Haha. Let me show you guys this. I've got 15 seconds and I don't know where I'm going anymore. Mini games? Tithe farm. Yeah, that's what I meant to do. Look at this. Your boy got the full farming outfit. Oh. I got the full farming outfit from Tithe Farm. I don't have all of the items from Tithe Farm, but I have the farming outfit. Why is that so huge? Because I absolutely despised. If you guys have seen me play on the last Hardcore, if you guys managed to watch some of the videos on YouTube of the last Hardcore, you guys would know that I absolutely, more than anything in this game, hate Tithe Farm. You guys would know that Tithe Farm is the bane of my freaking existence. And that's only because I was only ever able to plant 19 plants at a time. So it sucked. I felt like I was always there forever. But somebody actually ended up showing me how to properly basically they showed me that you put the plant in the ground and you're supposed to click on your watering can and water that plant. So you plant, water, move on to the next one. Plant, water, move on to the next one. And clicking your watering can and watering the plant for some reason made it like one tick faster or something like that. I forget like the exact mechanics behind it, but they showed me that and I was then able to go from 19 plants to 25 plants, right? So it only took me 4 Tithe Farm trips to basically get 100 plants so then I could turn it in to get the maximum amount of rewards and all that stuff like that. So it made Tithe Farm 1,000 times easier. When I tell you Tithe Farm became so much better after they taught me that, I was like, oh my god. I was like, I can do this content now because of you. Never thought that I was ever going to get farming outfit. So I actually want to go back. I got the farming outfit and then I just left. So, but I did tell myself that I am going to go back and green log it because the herb sack is really good for hunter. When you get to level 80 and you can hunt herbivores, the herb sack is really good. And the seed box is really good for Slayer, I believe. Because it can hold, I think it's like 6 different seeds or something like that. And, you know, certain Slayer monsters you fight can drop herbs. They can drop seeds. And that'll just help you save a few inventory slots. The watering can is also really good from Tithe Farm because it holds like 1,000 charges or something like that. And if you if you guys didn't know, you can take a watering can with you into Chambers of Xeric. And if Ohm ends up using that one special where he kind of traps you in like a wall of fire, you can actually use a watering can on that. And you'll actually, you know, douse the fire and you can exit that wall of fire before it ends up doing damage to you. A watering can. That actually blew my mind. I think I just found that out yesterday. I was like, what? You can take a what? You can take a watering can? And I was like, so if I take that watering can that you get from Tithe Farm that has like 1,000 charges, you're telling me I can just get out of Ohm's firewall easily? I was like, I can give up 1 inventory slot for a watering can. I'll do it. So I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty excited. I have a lot of plans for this hardcore. My film with me that I'll be back to the start. Said I'm losing my mind. I said I'm losing my friends. A lot to learn. I've got a lot to give. I keep chasing my heart. He said I'm losing my mind. I said I'm losing my friends. I've got a lot. And I keep chasing my heart. Maybe I'm dying in my whole heart. Eight, 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 eight. She said I'm losing my mind, my mind, my mind. Maybe I'm fine in my hole. Not a lot to learn, I've got a lot. And I keep chasing my heart. Maybe I'm fine in my hole. Said I'm losing my mind, losing my friends. I've got a lot, and I keep chasing my heart. I'm over here jamming at Wintertodt. Wintertodt, are you enjoying these funky beats? Blink once for yes, Wintertodt. Blink two for no. Wintertodt blinked 3 times. I don't know what that means. Cause every mind you can't waste time. Got a press room. Tell me what we gonna do. We can't get past all night. When you look into my eyes, there's something sweeter than this paradise. I'm telling how you make this last all night. We can make this last all night. We can make this last all night. You know, even though when I stream, I feel like I sing to some of these songs. If you're watching this on YouTube, it probably sounds weird because YouTube, you can't hear the music on YouTube. Because I feel on YouTube, all you hear is me and whatever game sounds there are. Because I've tried to incorporate the music that I listen to on YouTube, and I think I got copyrighted like twice or something like that. And YouTube doesn't play with their strikes. So I was just like, ugh. After that first one, I was like, I don't want to get hit again. I think I uploaded a YouTube video that had some music in it, and I got copyrighted strike a second time, and I was just like, all right. I was like, we're just not gonna have music in our videos or our YouTube streams because apparently YouTube has an issue. There's nothing sweeter than this paradise. Make this last all night. We can make this last all night. Make it. We can make it. We can make. We can make it. We can make it. We can make this last all night. Alright. Still can't believe we're at level 91. Almost at 92. We're essentially almost halfway to 99. And every time I don't think you understand, I'm just trying to be a better man. I am. But there is every time. Make this habit on. Through my go. Can make this habit. Through my body, through my soul. Something I never felt before. Through my body, through my soul. Can't break that magic. I can't break this habit, oh no. I don't think these I tried to see when I started. I tried to see if my alerts. How does rank work in Hardcore Ironman? Total XP? It goes by level first. So it goes by level first and experience second. Meaning, you see my total level is 1,386, right? At the bottom here. So that's basically what determines my ranking first. If there's another hardcore that's also total level 1,386, then it determines how much total experience each one of us have. If we're both the same total level, but they have more experience than me, then they're gonna place higher. For the people who have hit max level and max experience, I want to say it then goes into other factors such as like combat achievements, collection logs, achievements, quest complete. I want to say it then goes into all of that as like a tertiary thing, but it goes by level first and then experience, which is why like I usually say, in order for me to start thinking about getting top 10 hardcore Ironman, or before I can think of hitting top 10 hardcore Ironman, I have to max out everything has to be 99 first, right? I have to get 99 in all of my skills first. That's basically step number 1 in order to getting hardcore Ironman, which of course we're still a very, very long way off of maxing out all of our skills. So we try to narrow things down a little bit. So the first major thing that I'm trying to do on this Hardcore Ironman before I get everything to 99, I was saying this a little bit earlier, we're actually trying to prepare to do the first raid, which is Chambers of Xeric. Chambers of Xeric is a safe death for Hardcore Ironman, but it drops a lot of really, really good endgame equipment that we could then use to help skyrocket this account into the late game. So we're working towards Chambers of Xeric, then we're going to get everything to 99, and then we're actually going to try to get top 10 hardcore Ironman. So it's going to be quite some it sounds simple, but it's definitely going to take us some time to get there, for sure. So bossing and stuff does have some effect at max. That is an insane step one, yeah. A lot of people always say that. They're always just like, what? That's step one? Max everything? Yes. Max everything. Because after you max everything, then you have to worry about getting each skill to 200 mil XP. Just to put this into perspective, getting one skill to 99 is about 13 million experience, right? That's 99. That's technically you maxing out that skill. 19 or 13 million experience, right? After you hit 99, you have to get it to 200 mil XP. You have to go from 13 to 200 mil XP. So it's quite a jump after you max out your skill, after you get to 99. It's definitely funny. It's hilarious to always think about. It's like, oh yeah, you know, step one, do all this work. And not to mention, you have to do all of this without dying. Crazy, right? Doesn't sound simple to me. I started about 3 weeks ago. Good God. Yeah, definitely intense. That's why I said usually bro, it's actually pretty funny because a lot of people will see like my live streams or something like that. They'll see my video without dying and no GE. Yeah, exactly. It's fun. We're basically playing RuneScape on Madman mode. Not even hardcore. We're playing Madman. But I honestly forget what I was about to say. I was gonna say it's pretty funny because when a lot of people see my stream or they watch my videos, when I tell them that I'm actually trying to get top 10 worldwide hardcore Ironman, they're always just like, dude, you know how much work you're gonna have to put in to get top 10 hardcore Ironman? You know exactly what you're gonna have to do. You know you're gonna have to max out your skills and get them to 200 mil. You know you're gonna have to fight all of these bosses. You know that you're gonna have to do these quests. You know that you're gonna have to do all of this. You're crazy. I'm gonna subscribe to you. And I always laugh because I'm always like, why did you go on this whole spiel just to be like, you're crazy? I'm gonna subscribe to you because I want to see it. And I'm always just like, yeah, I know it's a lot of work, but I never said let's start hardcore Ironman today and get top 10 hardcore by tomorrow. You know, it's definitely a process. It's a journey, and I feel like this is what the majority of my content is, both on Twitch and on YouTube. It's majority the hardcore Ironman journey, right? I do play other games here and there, but this is basically the focal point of all of the content, right? It's just about seeing how far we can get, right? You can say you're a crazed man in other ways, I swear. I want to see you descend into madness, bro. We're already there. We're already there. I say we're already there because there's a few things that I've told some of my friends that I've done on this account, and they're just like, you're nuts, bro. Like, or not even this account. I had another hardcore Ironman that was total level like 19 something, like 1927 total level or something like that. But I decided to turn that account into a practice account and make a brand new hardcore Ironman, which is this one that we're playing on right now. So this hardcore Ironman is my newer hardcore Ironman. Total level 1,386, right? These are all my stats. the original one, I had already started the process of de-ironing it, and it's because I wanted a high level account to practice harder content when the time comes. So things like I've never fought Zulrah. I wanted to practice even raids like Tombs of a Masket, quests like Song of the Elves, Dragon Slayer 2. So turning that original account into my practice account is basically helping out this hardcore, right? Sounds a little crazy, but it's all part of a plan. I'm excited for these leagues coming out too. Will be my first Ironman experience, even though it's super boosted. Leagues, I've been trying to tell everybody about leagues, and I think I turned like 4 friends or I should say that I got 4 friends excited for leagues, because when I found out leagues was coming back, I was like, yes, and I kept talking about it, and they're like, why are you so excited for leagues? And I'm like, all of those really cool cosmetics that you see people have in game, like the Abyssal Whip one that makes it look like a blue ghost tentacle with spikes and stuff on it, or even the dwarf cannon that makes it look like a ghost cannon. The high alchemy animation, where instead of the regular high alchemy, it's like you have fireballs in both your hands and you slam them together. Like all of those really cool cosmetics you can only get from leagues. And man, there's so many cosmetics I want to get specifically on this account. So I was just like, oh, I'm so excited for leagues. And I told them about all the cosmetics. I think they ended up looking up the league's shop, because you can still look it up and see like all of the stuff that you could get from like previous leagues and stuff. And they were all just like, what? I didn't know this had a cosmetic. I didn't know this had a cosmetic. And all of a sudden they were just like, oh yeah, I can't wait for leagues to come out. And I'm like, that's what I said. I only got into leagues during, I think, the last 2 weeks of the last leagues that came out. I think it was the last couple of weeks I finally got into leagues, and I had bought a couple of stuff, a couple of cosmetics that I put on my main. And since then, I was just like, I can't wait for this to come back out. I want to get so many cosmetics. I'm going to be so deep in leagues. I want as much points as I can get, because there's so many cosmetics I want to get. I'm so excited. So you not have a high level main or anything, or is that other Iron Man now non-Iron Man? You're the one. Yeah, I refer to the other account as my main now. So even though it's still in the process of getting de-ironed, just so that I don't confuse people, I usually refer to that account as my main and this one as my hardcore. So like usually, you know, when I'm talking to friends and stuff like that, and they ask me to like, hey, you want to do this raid with us or whatnot, I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna jump on the main real quick. Or like, you know, I'll just say it like that, because I feel like it's so much easier to differentiate, right? So yeah, man, I'm fully into it. My buddy told me he was prepping for a month to fight this Jad guy in OSRS and was telling me about it. So that got me interested to try the game out. Oh, nice. So you're basically new to RuneScape as like a whole, right? In one day, I did all the free-to-play quests. Another buddy gave me a bond for a 2-week membership, and I had Jad dead in those 2 weeks. And now it's leagues time. Hell yeah! That's actually pretty nice. Your friend got you into RuneScape through Jad? That's actually pretty wild, bro. That's actually pretty wild. Out of all, I felt like Jad probably would have turned a lot of new players away. I feel like a lot of people would have found out about Jad and his mechanics. They would have been like, I'm not fucking playing this point and click game to fight this big red monster. Do this mini game that might take me like 2 hours just to get to this guy for him to kill me, and I have to restart and do it all over again and buy more supplies. I'm not fucking playing that game. So that's actually pretty funny. You had saw your friend getting ready to fight Jed, and you were like, "Hell yeah! What's this game?" That's freaking awesome. Yeah, RuneScape. Honestly, bro. Um, if you are, like that new to the game, RuneScape is pretty awesome. I feel like I always tell a bunch of people about RuneScape because I've been playing this game for years. I've been playing this game since about like 2007, right? And even though I've been playing this game since forever, I feel like I still come across items I've never seen before. I still come across areas I've never explored before. And this game is just so massive. This game has something for everybody because if you're not into combat, you can go and fish, you can cook, you can farm, you can woodcut, you can fire make, you can do mini games like Wintertodt. You could fletch, you could craft. If you are more of a person that's into combat, you can work on combat stats, and they have melee, they have range, they have magic, they have different bosses you could fight, they have different raids you could partake in. If you're more player versus player, there's so much PvP content in the game. So I felt like this game is just so massive that there's so much that you could do. You could do something different in RuneScape every single day for like a year and never do the same content over. Like it's definitely a great game. Definitely a great game. That was exactly it. I came from Final Fantasy, was that 14 high end rating, so it looked fun. Yeah, I only played Final Fantasy 14 a little bit. I never really played on like my own account. Like I think it was my sister and her now husband, but I think they were just dating at the time. But they used to play it all the time, and I used to watch them play it, and I was like, oh, this game is actually pretty nice, pretty cool. And I think my sister let me play her account for like a few hours. Like I was just going around like fighting stuff, basically just providing free labor on her account. But I got to play it for a bit, and I was like, this game is actually pretty awesome. But I didn't own it, so I never actually like got deep into it myself. I just played whatever I got to try on my sister's account. But Final Fantasy 14 was pretty cool. Oh yeah, it's honestly whatever until the end game. The end game is absolutely incredible, yeah. Yeah, see, and even with that, one of the reasons why I like RuneScape is because RuneScape, even now so more than ever, RuneScape not only has something for everybody, but it has something catered to for all levels, right? So like RuneScape within these last few years has put in content for lower level accounts. So now, like, if you are one of those people that like to fight bosses or do raids or, things like that, they've added in some lower level bosses that you can fight earlier instead of just having to wait until you yourself get, like, end game armor. So I definitely feel like old school RuneScape now more than ever is so much more inviting to players of all different backgrounds and stuff like that. There's something for everybody in this game. I feel like anybody who plays this game is gonna get hooked. Especially if you join like a good community, if you have like a good clan that you're a part of, or like you're playing with some friends or whatnot, that definitely makes playing this game 10 times better. True. I'm doing like everything except for higher tier bosses. First had to get Hollowed unlocked because I weirdly like agility. Hollowed Sepulcher, bro, people sleep on Hollowed Sepulcher, alright? I love Hollowed Sepulcher. As an Iron Man, Hollowed Sepulcher provides me with so much items I can high out for money. And I get prayer pots, I get blood runes. I was like, bro, Hollowed Sepulcher and me are like best friends, bro. I get hooked up when I go there. Despite what anybody says about agility and Hollowed Sepulcher, bro, I love it. It's really nice. I like it too. That's what I'm saying. Bro, people sleep on Hollow Sepulcher. What's funny though is on my main, when I was at Hollow Sepulcher, I think I had only got my agility to level 97. It's like at the end of 97. Like that account, I think after like two more hollowed runs is gonna hit level 98. So honestly, if I run Hollowed Sepulcher for maybe about like 3 more days, I could probably get it to. I could probably max out my agility on the main. But I was just like, ever since I turned that account into a practice account, though, I don't think that I'm going to work on it too much because I feel like the stats are pretty good for me to be able to do like any content that I need to in the game. Like if I hide my camera real quick, you can see here on the right hand side, this is the stats of the main account now. So like you can see that I have like several stats above 99, or like for example, like my HP will say 102. It's still technically level 99, but based off of the experience that I gain, this is what we call a virtual level. So experience wise, technically it's level 102, but you know, your skills obviously can't go past level 99, right? So basically any stat that you see here on the right that's over 99, it basically just means I have a lot of experience in that skill. So I have several level 99s. And you can also see on this account I have a few bosses. I only killed Jad one time on this account. I've got 3 Tombs of a Masket KC on this account. We've killed Wintertodt 625 times on this account. Huey Coatl, we have 130. Temperos 191. Moons of Peril 364. So, you know, I definitely have a lot of stats and stuff on this account. But like I said, I don't think I'm gonna work on this account. You know? Oh yeah. Look right here. The agility is level 96. It's got 19,000 experience before it hits level 97. So so honestly, it's like right there, about to hit level 97. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna work on it like that. I'm gonna leave it where it is, because I really don't want to work on like 2 different accounts like actively. I really just wanted a high level account to practice on so that I'm not going into certain content blind with this Hardcore Ironman. Like I've never fought Zora, and Zora is one of those bosses you need for blowpipe, and I believe turning your Trident of the Seas into Swamp of the Seas. And I don't want to fight Zora for the first time on this hardcore and then just get shredded, you know? So definitely gonna practice. Oh my. I'm only 75 agility, so I don't have the real fun floors yet. That boss was rough too. I had like 60 seconds in defense and magic. Yeah, or 60s in defense and magic. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, that's why it shows over 99 in there. Yeah. Because it's Runelight does virtual levels. Because I believe if you have 200 mil in a skill, I think that's technically level 127. So if you ever look up somebody's account in Runelight and it says that they have 127 in everything, that just means that they have 200 mil experience and everything. It just means that that account is crazy. They have so much experience on that account that it's ridiculous. And yeah, having a second account makes perfect sense. Would be insane to go blind for bossing on hardcore. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. If I see 127 on someone, I'm kissing their feet instantly. Yeah, bro, I would too. I would too, honestly, because jeez. Like I said, having a skill or getting one skill to 99 takes forever, bro. And that's only 13 million experience. So like I said, seeing somebody with 200 mil, that's ridiculous. It's honestly crazy. They put in so much time. For them to have everything at 127, dude, I don't want to mess with you. PvP content, you want me to fight this guy? I'm not fighting that guy. Guy has like 10,000 hours in this game. There's actually a trick in RuneScape. If you click two tiles away from your character in like a diagonal, if you do it really fast, you can make your character like do this whole quick movement, right? There are people who learn how to do this in PvP. So imagine fighting somebody. Imagine in PvP you have to click your own stuff. You got to change prayers. You got to click on the dude so that you could help them so that you could attack them. Imagine trying to fight somebody who's doing this. Imagine trying to fight somebody who's going like this. How are you supposed to do that? You can't. And I feel like anybody who's like max level is gonna be doing shit like that, bro. Like, I'm not fighting that guy. That guy has like 10,000 hours in here. This dude's I'm gonna think that guy's cheating, bro. Because on top of moving back and forth, he's probably switching his gear like freaking crazy. Not fighting that guy. I was happy to hit my first 80. Yeah, bro, I'm telling you. I think um let's see. My attack strength and defense is 80, 89, 80, right? Health is at 84. Prayer at 50. I say that to say that I just recently hit triple digit combat level on this account, right? And on my last account, on the main, that main account was the first account that I've ever had in RuneScape ever to hit triple digit combat level. And when I finally hit combat level 100, bro, I thought I was the strongest dude in this game. Because all these years that I've been playing RuneScape, I had never had an account prior to that hit triple digit combat level, and I was telling everybody, I'm like, yeah. I'm like, you see my combat level? You see those 3 numbers? I'm not some regular account anymore. I was like, I'm that guy. Yeah, I'm so excited for that. Oh yeah. 100 means you're invincible, of course. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like even doing pest control. The mini game pest control that you would do to get void armor. I think you need a combat level of 100 to use the highest tier boat, right? And as soon as I hit combat level 100, and I was telling everybody, I'm like, yeah, finally hit combat level 100. I'm finally that guy, all of this. It like dawned on me, and I was like, wait. I was like, I can finally use that high tier boat in pest control. And I geared up so quick, and I ran over there, and I'm like, I've never been able to use this before. I'm like, all of those like years ago, I would always see this and be like, man, I wish I could go on that high tier boat at pest control. And I ran over there so quick, geared up, and I jumped on that boat, and we went and did a game. And I'm like, so this is what it's like. I'm like, look at those monsters. Oh, I'm like, I feel so important now. I feel so high level. I don't feel like a noob anymore. I was like, this is great. It was awesome. Hell yeah. Bro, it was so funny. But again, that was just one of those things that I was talking about where it's like, I've played this game for so long, but there's so much content I haven't done or got to experience. And I feel like that pest control moment was definitely one of them. I was really just like, bro, I've never been here before. I've never been triple digit combat level before. Like, what do I do now? I could go to Duradel. I can use the Duradel Slayer Master. Like I've never had this much power before. Like I was like, is this how everybody else feels? Being a high combat level? Like it's crazy. I could hit tomorrow and still feel like an absolute noob. Yeah, bro, trust me. I feel like that feeling never goes away. Because again, on the main, my main account is level 123 combat level, right? The only thing stopping my main from hitting the max level is my prayer. I think I'd have to get my prayer to 99 to hit the max combat level. And again, my prayer on that account is level 80. So it's only what, another 19 levels to hit max combat level. And I still feel like a complete noob. Like on that account, before I decided to make it a main, when it was still a hardcore with those same stats, I was still just like, what do I do? Where do I go? How do I do this? And everybody's constantly like, in the Ironman clan that I'm a part of, people were constantly like Pycaon, why don't you fight this boss to upgrade your gear and get this item? Pycaon, why are you still doing this? Why don't you do this? It's a whole lot faster. And I'm like, because I didn't know. I'm like, you think this high combat level all of a sudden makes me feel like, gives me access to all the information of this game? I'm a high level noob. All right. I still know nothing of this game. I've been playing this game for years. People were always telling me like, oh, did you know that if you do this, it's actually faster experience for this skill? And I'm like, no, I didn't know that, but thanks for telling me. I'm gonna go do that now. So I feel like it never goes away, bro. No matter how high level you are, no matter if all my skills were 99, I feel like I'm still gonna feel like an absolute noob at this game. Which is also funny because people assume that because you're high level that you know everything, and they always I always had so many people coming up to me for help. They're always just like, bro, what's the fastest way to do this? And I'm like, dude, I honestly have no idea. what's the best way for me to work on crafting? I don't know, dude. I'm still blowing sand or molten glass. I'm still doing the freaking glass make spell and blowing glass, bro. I couldn't tell you. Oh yeah, I'm actually leveling construction right now purely to get gilded altar so I can level prayer. Yeah, it's actually nice being new right now because there's so much efficient info that I've been finding through the wiki. It's insane. Like I'm just a sponge on all leveling. Yeah, that's honestly another reason why I really ended up enjoying being part of this Ironman clan that I'm in, because when I first started my Ironman journey, I was part of a regular clan, and it was a dying clan, to be honest. Like it wasn't active at all. I think the original clan I was part of had over like 75 members, but you would only ever see like the same 5 people online. And anytime I was asking for help, I would always just get told, I don't know, bro, go to the GE. And I'm like, I can't use the GE. That's why I'm asking for help, because I'm an Iron Man. So eventually when that clan like fully died out and I left, I got an invitation to join this Iron Man clan that I'm part of now. And I love these guys. These guys, every single time I ask for something, in seconds, I feel like I get an answer, because there's always so many people online and everybody's an expert in something. So every single time as an Iron Man, I'm like, oh, what's the best way for me to work on this skill at this level, or do this or do that? And I feel like there's always like at least 3 people that are just like immediately typing all super quick, and they're just like, do this, do that, do that. I'm like, god damn. I'm like, thanks guys for all this information. Definitely needed it. Can you only be a part of one clan at a time? Yes and no. I feel like yes, you can only be part of one clan. Like this is the clan that I'm part of, right? It's called Density. And in this tab on the clan tab specifically shows your clan, right? But you can also join what they call a chat channel, which isn't necessarily a clan, but more so just like a group. It's like clan light. Like it's not necessarily a clan, but it's, you know, just like I said, it's like a group that you can join. You guys can still talk to each other like a clan would, but there's no like actual ranks, and I guess you guys can't necessarily do clan stuff together. But there's also, you can view another clan. So like right now I'm viewing my friend's clan, which is called the Basits, and you can see Bases actually online. So if I wanted to, I can actually talk to my clan, and I can actually still talk in Basits clan. So I guess technically it's almost like being a part of 3 different clans, I guess. So it's like, that's why I say yes and no. So it's like I'm still in one clan, but I could technically talk in like 2 other clans, basically. If that makes sense. Because I mean, that is kind of confusing to think about. So like even in my chat box, you can see that I have clan highlighted, right? So I'm only seeing the messages from my clan. And on the left hand side of their names, it says Density to identify that they're part of my clan. But like I said, because I'm viewing my friend's clan, if he were to start talking, he'll still pop, his name will still pop up, and whatever message he says will still pop up in my clan chat box. Next to his name, it'll just say that he's part of the Basits instead of Density, if that makes sense. Like I can like I don't want to type a message because he's probably doing something, and then he's probably gonna ask me. He's probably gonna be like, "What? What are you talking about?" But I could type a message right here in my clan tab to him, and it'll say the Basits next to my message to indicate that I'm talking to him in that clan, if that makes sense. It's weird. It's definitely weird, but yeah, you can be a part of a clan, but you can still talk to people in other clans too. Definitely weird. Ah, man, I have so much work to do on this Hardcore Ironman. Even though I feel like this account isn't super far behind my main, it still feels like I'm super behind. Like the main is only level 1900. This one's basically almost 1400. So I'm essentially like 500 levels behind the main, which sounds like a lot, yes, but because I have some skills that are still low level, like rune crafting, hunter, and sailing are still below level 10. So let's say, for example, I get all of these to level 50. That's still like a good 100+ levels between the 3 of them right there. So 500 sounds far, but it's also not at the same time, right? But I'm just thinking about like all the other stuff that I have to do on this account that I already completed on the main, and I'm just like, ugh. Like I turned my my Nate's is Not helmet into the Nate's is Not face guard. You need a basilisk jaw for that, and I think the basilisk jaw from the basilisk have like a 1 in 500 drop rate, something like that, and you can only fight them on tasks. So it's just like, ugh, I'm not looking forward to that grind again. Getting a basilisk jaw was horrendous on the first account, so hopefully I'm hoping that I get lucky on this account. So daunting. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of stuff on this account that I'm not looking forward to. Like I think you can fight vampires in this game to get a blood shard, and if you have an amulet of fury, you can take the blood shard and combine it with the fury to get an amulet of blood fury. And what the blood fury basically does is that you have a chance when you're using melee, you have a chance of turning some of your damage dealt into healing for your character. And I think the blood fury has I think a 1 in 1500 drop rate from the vampires, and I think I ended up going over like 3500 to get that first blood shard. So I went way over the drop rate, which freaking sucked. But I don't know. I'm hoping that I get lucky on this account getting certain items, because I'm not looking forward to getting certain items again. I'm not looking forward to it. I got the agility pet while getting my graceful outfit, so I'm feeling lucky in this game. Ooh, nice. Hell yeah. I wasn't lucky enough to get the agility pet on my main. So like that's one of those things where I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that I could get lucky on this account. Right? Oh yeah, I was killing those vamps for a little bit for that, but I was just gonna sell it. I mean, you definitely could. You definitely could. Because certain items that you get from certain monsters can set you up to buy other items. So like I have one homie that's running the raids, trying to get some of those unique items, not for the items themselves, but because he's gonna sell it to buy other pieces of gear that he wants, if that makes sense. So like he's doing some of the raids, because some of the items that you can get from the raids, you can sell it for like billions of GP basically. And he's basically telling me that he'll use like that billion of GP to basically buy whatever setup he's looking for. Like he might be looking for a specific range setup. So like he's gonna save up that money, get his range gear and all that stuff like that. So that's actually, again, one of the millions of things that people do in this game. There's a million different ways to skin a cat, like people say, right? So that's how some people make their money. Some people will do the raids to get the uniques, to turn around and sell it, to then buy the items they actually need. Some people, like me, are playing an Ironman, so those items are going to be, or doing the raid is going to be the only way to get said items. So we're doing it more so that we can get the items, right? There's also a term in here, I don't know if you've ever heard it before, but there's a term between main accounts called splitting, where like, say me and you will do one of the raids, and like let's say we're doing Chambers of Xeric. One of the items in Chambers of Xeric is a twisted bow, and a twisted bow could sell for, I don't even know how much a twisted bow sells for. Let's see. Twisted bow. Right now, the twisted bow is selling for 1.6 billion GP. And splitting is a term where me and you will go into the raid, and let's say one of us gets a T-bow, we'll then go to the Grand Exchange and sell the T-bow and split that money in half. So like, say one of us just got a T-bow for 1.6 billion GP. We'll go to the Grand Exchange and sell it, and I'll get, for all sakes and purposes, I don't really want to do math off the top of my head, but like, let's say 1.6 billion, I get 750 million, you get 750 million, comes out to, I know, like 1.5 bill, but you basically get what I'm saying. So there's if you ever hear the term splitting, that's what people are doing. They're fighting a boss and doing all this stuff so that they could split the loot to then again go and buy whatever it is that they actually want to get. Yeah, the money making in this game is insanely important for non-Ironman. Oh yeah, for non-Ironman, all of your gear is going to come from the Grand Exchange if you can if you can actually purchase it. If it's one of those items that can't be traded and you actually have to go and grind out whatever it is, that's going to be the only time that you go and grind out whatever it is. If not, 9 times out of 10, you're going to be at the Grand Exchange. It's So you definitely need hella GP. Oh, that makes sense. After those raids, can chests be opened by each person? Yeah. So when you do like raids, or even if you are fighting certain bosses together, everybody has their own chest, right? So that same example, Chambers of Zarek, one of the raids. If you and I were doing it, after the raid is over, you have your own separate individual chest with your own loot that you've earned from the raid, right? And I can't open up your chest, you can't open up my chest, but we each have a chest for us to open. But again, that's why I say, like, some people will do splitting where each one of us has a pull, but one of us gets that T-bow, one of us will then go to the Grand Exchange and sell it, and we both basically benefit from it. As an Ironman, obviously you can't trade equipment and you can't go to the Grand Exchange, so Ironmen don't do that whole splitting concept. So Ironmen, when we go to the raids to get a specific item, it's because we're only there for that specific item. And Ironmen can do raids together. Like, I do raids with my clan all the time where we do chambers. But of course, like I said, we can't do that whole splitting thing. So everybody just gets their own set loot, and we basically just hope for the best. Like, I would basically do the raids with my clan in hopes that I get one of those unique items. But of course, you know, like, if they end up getting a twisted bow, or if they get one of those unique items, we're all just happy for each other, right? We're all just like, hell yeah, congrats, bro. I'm so glad you got that item. I hope I get it on the next run now. But yeah. Playing a regular account and playing an Ironman, bro, it feels like a day and night difference. It really depends on your play style and how you want to play the game. What's going to feel like the most fun to you, right? Because some of those same homies that I talk about, a lot of them are regular accounts. Like, my homies in this Basits clan, the majority of them have just regular main accounts. So the majority of them are always going to like the Grand Exchange and buying their gear. And the way that I play with them is completely different than I play with the homies that are in this Iron Man clan, where all of us are Iron Men, right? It's a day and night difference. How we interact with each other, how we play with each other, all of that basically determines whether or not, you know, if you're a main or if you're an Iron Man, really determines how we're going to play together and what content we can do together. Oh damn, so there's technically a chance 2 people get T-bow. Oh yeah. there is a chance that both of you guys can pull a unique at the same time. There definitely is. There definitely is. As an Iron Man, that's actually what you want to see. As an Iron Man, you would hope that all of you guys get a unique at the same time. It doesn't always happen like that, though, but it is very possible and definitely has happened in the past. That would be so hype as an Iron Man. Oh yeah. Usually I know most clans have like a Discord as well. Like this Iron Man clan that I'm in, we have a Discord. And usually, like, whatever, we have what we call a highlights section. And that's basically like where we post pictures of like whatever unique gear that we've got. There's also a way, I couldn't figure out how to make it work properly, but there's a plugin that you can get in on RuneLight. I forget the name of the plugin because again I couldn't get it to work properly. But there is a plugin where if you get, I think, like the URL of your Discord, there's a way to automatically post pictures. Like if you end up getting a unique item, like a super rare or something like that, RuneLight will automatically take a screenshot when you get it and post it in that Discord, and it'll say like for me, for example, if I end up getting the Phoenix pet in Wintertodt, it'll automatically take a picture of the collection log when it says like, oh, you have unlocked Phoenix pet, and it'll post the entire screenshot in Discord and said Pycaon has unlocked Phoenix pet at Wintertodt KC number 507, whatever, right? So it's actually it's it's pretty cool, but I couldn't really seem to get it to work because any kind of loot that I got from any monster, it would automatically post into that Discord. Like I can go kill a chicken and it would take a picture and put it in the Discord and be like, Pycaon has killed a chicken for a bone and some feathers. And I'm just like, I don't want to do this, because every 2 seconds it's gonna keep taking pictures and posting it in this specific section of Discord. Just be like Pycaon has done this, Pycaon has, and I'm just like, that's gonna get annoying. Pycaon has killed a chicken, Pycaon has killed a cow, Pycaon has killed a random man walking around Lumbridge and got coins and some bones. So I never actually learned how to like set it up properly, so I don't have it. I still do it the old fashioned way, where it's like I wait until I get something that I know is like really like nice to get, like the Phoenix pet, and I'll take a picture of myself. You know, I'll get nice and close, and I'll dim everything out like this, and have the Phoenix pet behind me. I'll actually take the screenshot, and I'll post it myself in that Discord and just be like, guys, look what I got today. So, but it is a pretty cool integration that you can have like on your Discord and stuff like that. I killed a level 3 chicken. Woo, yeah, exactly. You'll see a bunch of people post highlights of like, oh yeah, this person just got a god sword, this person just got inquisitors, this person just got scythe from Theater of Blood, and then you'll see my post, Pycaon has killed a level 3 chicken and got some bones and feathers. And I'm just like, what the hell? I'm like, don't post that. Don't tell people. The heck? I don't want my screenshot up there. Start getting flamed. Start getting bullied. See, like even if you look at the chat box right now, one of my clan members says Nosix received 2,000 steel cannonballs. Even tells you the value, 596,000 GP from fighting the Corporal Beast. So he's over there fighting the Corporal Beast boss. And usually, you know, the 2,000 steel cannonballs, it's not really a unique drop. It's just like one of those. It's just one of those drops that you could get while fighting the Corporal Beast. And I feel like stuff like that, it would take a screenshot and post in that thing. It would, and it would say that same thing. Nosix has received 2,000 steel cannonball drops, whatever. And I'm like, dude, you don't have to. Me to the plugin is basically like, dude, you don't have to post every single thing that I get all the time. Like, that's not a unique drop. Anybody could get, you know, these 2,000 steel cannonball drops like every kill if they're lucky enough, but you know? So But yeah, one of the things that I was saying a bit earlier, and because you are watching this on, because you're watching this on YouTube, Bongo FPS, you most likely aren't hearing the music that I have playing because for some reason I had to turn off I had to turn off YouTube from being able to hear the music that I'm playing. I stream off of Twitch and YouTube at the same time, so we're live on both Twitch and YouTube. Oh yeah, YouTube is weird about that, bro. I got copyright striked twice. The first time it's because the music that I'm playing is part of a playlist. Like I'm playing EDM music on Spotify, but you can't hear it on YouTube because I had to turn it off for YouTube. So I always tell people it's kind of weird. It's only when I stream RuneScape that I feel like it's weird on YouTube because RuneScape is the only game I feel like I'm playing music in the background myself, but you can't hear it on YouTube. Any other game is fine because, you know, like I think at one point I was streaming The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild on both Twitch and YouTube, and of course, you know, the video game sound effects and the music and all that other stuff, you can hear it because I'm not playing music over it. So I always kind of feel bad only when I play RuneScape because I'm just like, I feel like it's kind of boring maybe for the YouTube audience because they're not necessarily jamming out like how we are on Twitch, but it is a bit weird. Honestly found your stream because my YouTube feed is just all OSRS stuff now. Hell yeah. For some reason, knowing that you're new to the game makes me feel proud for some reason. Like, yes, new people in old school RuneScape. like I made the game or something like that. Like I'm feeling proud for whatever reason. Yet I have no you know, influence, I would say, on like why you started playing the game, but at the same time I'm still just like, oh yes, new players, hell yeah. You're gonna fucking love this game, bro. This game's fucking awesome. Breathe me in, let me be your air, let me be my body, really. No inhibition. No. How deep is your love? And that's why I say too, like sometimes when I start singing to some of these songs, I'm like, I probably sound crazy on YouTube. Oh no, why'd I back up? That's how I feel when new people play Final Fantasy, so I get it. Hell yeah. I have over 10k hours in that one. I'm a fiend. Hell yeah. Bro, I'm telling you, from what I played, there's honestly a few MMORPGs that I've played besides RuneScape for a while. Like I played Final Fantasy 14 for a little bit. I played Elder Scrolls Online for maybe about a year. There was another one that I played on the PlayStation. I think it was like a free game of the month or something like that. I can't remember what it was called. I only played that one for maybe about like a month. I didn't get very far into that game. But I say that to say some of those other MMOs that I played were pretty nice. But I feel like I always ended up comparing them to RuneScape, and even though a lot of them were good, like Final Fantasy 14. Final Fantasy 14 was great. Don't get me wrong, I barely have anything bad to say about that game. But the only thing that I tell myself, because I keep comparing every other MMO to RuneScape, only issue that I have is probably the lack of skills, I would say, because some games, right, even though there's a lot of different skills that you could work on, like I'm going to try to be very careful with how I say it. Even though there's a lot of games with a number of different skills that you could work on, I feel like they never have as much as RuneScape. Like, I can't remember, it might be Elder Scrolls Online that I'm thinking about, but I think there was only like, maybe like somewhere between like 9 to 12 skills that you could work on. I can't remember if it was Final Fantasy 14 or Elder Scrolls Online, but there was only like I said, there was only like 9 or 12 skills, something in that bracket that you could work on. Whereas old school RuneScape has 24. We now have 24 different things that you could work on. So there is a massive amount of things that you could do in this game. So I'm always just like, oh man, you know, this game is really good, but this game only has like 10 skills. This game only has like 9 skills, 12 skills, or whatever the case is. And it's not to say that the game is bad because of that. I still have a lot of fun and I enjoy a lot of those other MMORPGs, but there's just something in me that always ends up comparing everything to RuneScape. And I feel like you can't do that because RuneScape has been out for so long, whereas a lot of these other games maybe have come out in like 2010 or somewhere in the later like 2000s or early 2010s. So I always just feel like, you know, RuneScape only has as much skills and stuff as it has because it's been out for so long. I feel like they just constantly kept expanding on RuneScape, constantly kept adding new areas, constantly kept adding new quests, constantly kept adding like skills and things like that. So it's just like, I don't know. The skills in Final Fantasy are so in-depth. It's insane. And then you can play every single job on the same account. So that could be considered different skills too. Like there are 11 crafting and gathering classes and then 21 combat jobs. Yeah, so it might have been Elder Scrolls Online that I was thinking about, because I was just like, oh man, like, you know, this game is really good, but there's only like a few different skills that you could work on. Like I think it was Elder Scrolls Online that also had mining, right? Like RuneScape has mining. I think it was Elder Scrolls Online that also had mining, but it just didn't feel as in depth as RuneScape. Cause like the mining skill, I want to say it was Elder Scrolls Online. I could be getting it completely mixed up with another MMO that I was playing, but for all sakes and purposes, let's just say it was Elder Scrolls Online. I would play Elder Scrolls Online, and where RuneScape's mining has like tin, copper, iron, coal, adamant, mithril, rune, amethyst, and all these other different things, it kind of just felt like Elder Scrolls Online's mining was just like, oh, you can mine iron, you can mine steel, or you can mine dragonite. And that was pretty much like what felt like the extent of that skill, right? So it's like, yeah, you can go, you can mine, you can level up that skill, but again, it didn't feel as in-depth as RuneScape. And it's not to say that that game was bad. It's not to say that I didn't enjoy playing those games, because I played those games for a long time, for a while. But it's just, I always say that the game could have been better if it was more like RuneScape, you know? So, I don't know. No matter how many times I may say that I quit RuneScape, there's been plenty of times where I've been playing this game for so long that I'm just like, all right, I want to play something else now. I don't want to play this game anymore. I'll tell myself like, yeah, I quit playing RuneScape. It just got boring. I got burnt out. I'm never playing that game again. This and that, yada, yada, yada. And then within like 3 to 6 months, I'm back on here again, right? So like, even recently, I've been playing this game basically non-stop since like, again, when did I pick RuneScape back up? I want to say like I started playing RuneScape again probably 2019, after saying that I was taking a break. And I feel like I've been playing this game again since then. Like, I don't know. It's weird. But I like RuneScape. And playing as an Iron Man just makes me love the game even more, because Instead of having to go to the Grand Exchange every 2 seconds to buy whatever it is that I want, playing as an Iron Man, you have to earn everything yourself. And honestly, I love playing as an Iron Man because it teaches me so much more about this game that I never knew in the past. Like if I need a certain item, before I would just go to the Grand Exchange, buy it, and be done with it. But on an Iron Man, because I can't use the Grand Exchange, I have to actually learn where this item comes from, how to get it, get the items required to basically get into this area to fight whatever monster, probably to then get whatever item it is that I'm looking for. And that takes me to an area of the game I've never seen before. So, I just really enjoy playing Iron Man mode. Switch Cell, yo, how's it going? Welcome to the stream, Switch Cell. We are chilling. We are playing on our Hardcore Ironman. We are, just doing some Wintertodt. Feel like today is a little bit of a chill stream, so I'm just, hanging with the peeps, hanging with everybody, just chilling, having a good old time, talking about whatever it is we're talking about. How are you doing today? Also, again, for the new people coming into stream, I stream on both Twitch and YouTube. We have music playing on Twitch because YouTube likes to punish me for playing music. So if you're watching this on YouTube, all you hear is the sweet sound of my voice. Whereas on Twitch, we actually got some music playing in the background. But on Twitch, I think there's like a 30-second ad that plays like once every hour or something like that. So you may come across ads in exchange for music. If you want to make that sacrifice, you can head over to Twitch. Otherwise, YouTube is still perfectly fine. Oh yeah, you get a different feel for the game entirely. Oh yeah, playing hardcore or even a regular Ironman over a normal account, it's always going to be completely different. You're not going to play an Ironman how you play a normal account, and you're not going to play a normal account how you play an Ironman. You definitely could if you wanted to, but I don't think anybody's really out there playing a normal account as an Ironman, because then I would just feel like they would just have an Ironman, And some people do. A lot of people usually have two accounts. There's a lot of people I know that have a main and they have an iron. I'm over here, running back over here to cut more trees when I don't have to. What's up, Bongo? Or hear me out. Switch back and forth. I mean, you could. You could. I mean, you would still need two accounts, though, because while the game lets you de-iron, they don't let you go back to being an Iron Man. Once you remove that Iron Man status, your account's just permanently a normal account. You can't go back to having Iron Man status. So, I mean, the only way to go back and forth is to have two separate accounts. No, I mean switch between YouTube and Twitch. Oh. I mean, you definitely could. Watch the stream on Twitch, and then as soon as you get hit with an ad, go right back to YouTube. You definitely could. Switch Cell said good, just slowly picking away at some barrels while I work. Hell yeah. I honestly can't wait. I do YouTube because work blocks Twitch. Fair enough, fair enough. That's why I definitely try to be as entertaining as I can on both. So even without the music, I definitely try to make it so that, you have a nice chill time here in the stream, watching your boy, basically do Wintertodt and just chat with everybody. But, I definitely need to hop on that barrels grind myself. Because there is a lot of items that I want to do, that I want to get on this hardcore, right? And barrows, to me, is like a it's like a bottleneck checkpoint for every Ironman, right? Any Ironman account, no matter what you do, I feel like eventually, if you want to get into mid game or even late game content, you're gonna do barrows. So it's like every single Ironman may start their account differently and do different things to progress the account, but I feel like everybody bottlenecks back into doing barrows to get to the next level, right? So I definitely feel like, I need to start the barrows grind because we are combat level 102. Attack, strength, and defense is all above level 80. Same thing with HP. HP is at 84. My prayer definitely could be a little bit higher, but we're gonna work on that a little bit later. So I'm basically at the point right now where, like I want to do Royal Titans. Definitely try to see if we can get a Twin Flame staff because that'll make barrows a whole lot easier. But I don't need it to start barrows, if that makes sense. I feel like I basically just need like a good tank top and a good tank bottom from barrows to really start getting into some other stuff, like maybe Moons of Peril, and some other harder content. But I definitely need it. I definitely need some barrows gear for some harder level content. I've never really done Royal Titans. I've watched videos and I've watched the homies fight it, so it looks simple. But I haven't done Royal Titans myself. But Royal Titans actually drops a lot of good stuff for you that could help out with other content as well. And I did barrows once. Maybe eventually do that grind for the gear. The idea of gear degrading kills me though. Oh man, trust me. It does for me too. That's why although nowadays Perilous Moons is the big mid-games staple. Yeah, I was just about to bring that up. Even though barrows is really good for you to basically grind out Moons of Peril armor is also really, really good mid-game equipment to get. But I hate the fact that both barrows and the Moons equipment degrades. Like, if you're going to use those armor sets, you better make sure you have a lot of money and a high smithing level. Because if you buy the armor stand in your player-owned house, it costs less if you have a higher smithing level to repair that gear, right? But it still costs money. So if you're going to use Barrow's gear and Moon's gear, you better make sure that you have a lot of money and a high smithing level. Otherwise, it sucks to have to go and repair that armor. Moons was very nice because it costs nothing. Wait, hold up. You can repair that gear? Oh yeah. Shwoo. Taking a lot of damage right there. If you talk to, I believe one of the NPCs is the guy that's north of Taverley. I forget what that area is called, but it's by Turio, one of the low-level Slayer Masters. You can take your armor to that guy, but you'll always have to pay full price in order to get that armor repaired. But there's something called an armor stand. I believe it's called an armor stand. The armor stand you can build in your player-owned house, and the higher your smithing level, the less the armor will cost to repair it. So it's always better, always better to try to build that armor stand in your player-owned house. Even if you don't have a very high smithing level, it's always better to have that built in your house and to go there to repair your armor than it is to go to one of the those guys, right? Blah, blah. As an Iron Man though, GP is a lot less important though. Yeah, very, very true. So spending money to repair isn't a big deal later on. Yeah, very true. GP is very different on an Ironman than it is a regular account, but you're still going to need it. I feel like it's harder to make GP on an Iron than it is a regular account, because a regular account you could just take stuff to the Grand Exchange and sell it, whereas most of your money on an Iron, I feel like, is going to come from things like Agility Pyramid or High Alchemy. So even though you're not going to be using money as much on an Ironman, if you're using those armors all the time, it can get a little expensive sometimes. Which either way, like I said, it's good to use those armors, but I feel like eventually you are going to want to get the high level armor that doesn't degrade. Like Ancestral for Magic, you get from Chambers of Xeric, and Ancestral robes don't degrade. So you're definitely going to want Ancestral over Blue Moon because, you know, you get better benefits and it doesn't degrade. But for the time being, if you're a mid-game account, you're definitely going to be using the hell out of Moon's gear. I'm just saying, though, you have to be ready to repair it. Yeah, you can repair on an armor stand. Cheaper the higher level you're smithing. What if it gets to 0? Does it break or can you still repair? Is smithing level 1 better than the NPC cost? Smithing level 1, I forget the exact level. I want to say 1 might still be the same amount as taking it to an NPC. I'm not sure. I know I would have to look it up, but I can't switch off of this tab for more than 10 seconds because I have this escape crystal. If you see it, if I stop moving, it starts to count down on this escape crystal. Once it hits 0, if I take any form of damage, even if it's a 0, it's going to teleport me out. That's why I'm like, I can't really switch over the tabs. But I forget what level it starts to become more efficient. But either way, I would still just get it anyways. I would still just get an armor stand because it's always so much easier to teleport to house than it is to go to one of those NPCs to repair it anyways. So even if you only have level 1 smithing, I would still just try to make an armor stand and go there to repair your armor. I'm 40 plus smithing, so it should be fine. Yeah. And if the armor gets to 0, it doesn't break. From what I remember, you just can no longer use it. Like, I think if you have it equipped and it gets to 0, I think it just automatically goes into your inventory, and you just can't use it until it has like some charges on it. Basically, I think I would have to double check that as well. I'm actually not entirely sure because usually I got into the habit of like if I know I'm done using a specific armor for the day, I usually get into the habit of just running to my POH and just repairing it real fast before putting it back into the bank. So I'm not entirely sure. Yo, my name's Vince. I was a free-to-play noob, now I play high-ranking Hardcore Ironman. With a sick name, too. Yo, what's up, Vince? Welcome to the stream. And yeah, I always love to hear other people are playing a Hardcore Ironman as well, too. Because I'm always just like, heck yeah. It's the best way to play this game. One life to get as high up on the high scores as you can. I feel like it's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Hell yeah. Ironman always welcome in the stream, especially hardcores. I always love when other hardcores join the stream because I always like to see how like other people may be progressing their account. You know, some people like to knock Wintertodt out as early as possible. Some people like to skip Wintertodt entirely and quest to get their levels. Some people like to avoid combat and just work on skills. Some people like to do combat and avoid working on skills. So it's always pretty nice. Oh, well, you're good. I'm 40 plus smithing. Yeah. Took me 3 hours to pick my name. Yo, Vince, I actually relate to that because when I first made this account, when I first made Pycaon, I forget what the old name I was using was, to be honest, because it was just like some random thing. And I was anytime anytime I go to make like a whole new account, like I'm glad RuneScape came out with the Jagex launchers so that you could have. I'm glad they came out with these launchers, right? So that you could have like multiple different accounts under one thing, right? Under one email. But before RuneScape came out with the Jagex launcher, and you had to specifically, like, every new account had to be a new email. I would always sit there for hours and be like, oh man, like what is my name gonna be for this new account that I'm trying to create? And I was doing that with this one before I came up with the name Pycaon. And I got Pycaon by combining the Greek words pyre for fire and Lycaon for lycanthropy, or basically wolf person. And Lycon was actually a king of Arcadia, right? So I basically put those names together to come up with the name Pycon, which essentially means King Firewolf. And that took me like months. That took me months of like going through random name generators and trying to come up with a bunch of different names, of doing all this other stuff. Because I was really just like, man, what do I want this name to be? Like, I want the name to sound kind of cool. I want this name to have some sort of significance. Because, wolves are my favorite animal, and, fire was always kind of like my favorite element and all that stuff like that. So it took me months to basically come up with this name. So I definitely feel that. It took you 3 hours to pick your name. I believe it, because it definitely took me a while to come up with my name as well. I was avoiding that gear because I thought the charges weren't repairable, and eventually the gear would just break and disappear. Hell no! I would not have done any moons. I For anybody watching and for anybody wondering, I green logged Moons of Peril on my main account before I de-ironed it. And it took about like 364 chests, right? I would not have done moons in the slightest if that gear was like a one and done. I would not have done it. I would have been the first person to tell you, hell nah. Oh, Pycon, you're gonna go do moons? Nope. Hell no, I'm not about to waste my time. But yeah, moons is basically just a more expensive Barrows armor, in the sense that it degrades and it's more expensive to repair than Barrows armor. But moons is really good. If you have moons armor, then you basically have all the armor you need to start grinding out late game content, late game gear. Right? Like if you have Eclipse and stuff like that, you could probably start running some of the raids like Chambers of Xerix or even TOA. And I haven't done Wintertodt yet. Wintertodt is very easy. If I can break Wintertown, if I could break Wintertodt down as simple as possible. You basically have this huge room with these 4 braziers, right? Wintertodt is basically here in the middle. All you're doing is basically cutting broomer roots. And you don't have to do this part. Ho ho! Hey yo! One of the homies popped up, hell yeah! But if all you're basically doing is cutting these bruma roots, and you don't have to, but you can use a knife on them to turn them into bruma kindling, which essentially just gives you more points. But you're taking these roots and you're basically throwing them in the brazier, and the brazier is what's damaging Wintertodt. So like it's really just get a bunch of roots, throw them in this brazier, Wintertodd's dead. That's pretty much like the simplest way that I could whatchamacallit, Hey yo, I was randomly at Wintertodt too. Didn't even know you were here. Hell yeah. And you know what's funny too, bro? And anytime like I see people like typing sometimes, like in the chat, like I saw you write any group content with the question mark, but I feel like me trying to talk, me trying to do this, and trying to type at the same time probably would get me killed. So I'm always trying to multitask. I feel like you guys already know. Like I suck at multitasking. Like I have such a one-track mind. That's why sometimes, like, if I'm trying to explain something, I'll stop playing so I can explain. Or if I'm trying to focus on what I'm doing, I end up being quiet because I have to focus. But that's pretty funny. Hell yeah. Homies over here at Wintertodt. Let's see what else. What else? Because I'm also trying to read these comments and stuff too. All right, gotta go. Take care of the puppy, but I'll be lurking. Nice chatting with you. Bongo FPS, thank you so much for being here in the stream, watching us do some Wintertodt content. Thank you so much. I appreciate it a lot. If I don't see you chatting back in the stream, then enjoy the rest of your day, or enjoy lurking, I would say. Renar Puffer is the name. I had to make a new account. My first account, like 16 years old, and is on an email I don't even know. I do like your name though. It's sick. Haha. I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Hell yeah. And Excel, I was gonna say we are probably cause it's 12:42. We've been Hey. Oh, damn. Hold on. I'm over here saying, hey, I just really I just really comprehended what you said. I got my first piece in about 400 pulls. God damn. Yeah, for real. I think we've only done I feel like the loot tracker is a little bit messed up when it comes to um like the loot tracker doesn't reflect how much point or how many pulls I actually did, right? Because I've been doing the big searches, right? For the most part, which the big searches, if you have at least 5 searches, you do 5 at one time, right? So the loot tracker only shows that I've pulled from the reward cart 160 times, which is inaccurate. It's definitely been a lot more than 160. So I can't really say exactly how many pulls I've done. I can tell you my kill count though. Oh, I have 284 Wintertodt kill count. And I've gotten everything but the boots, the pet, the axe, and the tome. So I'm only missing 4 items to Greenlog Wintertodt. Honestly, I'm just hoping that I get the boots. If I can finish off the Pyromancer outfit, that'll allow me to get 99 fire making a whole lot faster. And anything else would basically just be a bonus. Like if I can get Tome of Fire, hell yeah. If I can get the Dragon Axe, I'll definitely take it. And if I can get Phoenix Pet, I will be extremely happy. But I honestly feel like I just want the boots, the Pyromancer boots, just so that we could knock out 99 a little bit faster. And anything else would basically be a bonus. But yeah, I basically got almost everything within the 284 pulls. I just need those 4 items, which I have the highest chance of getting the boots. The last 3, I'd have to be super lucky to get any one of those last 3 items. The tome, the pet, or the axe. I'd have to have some insane freaking luck, honestly. Better to use the clog page for pulls. Yeah, for real, huh? And I just installed that one plugin. Let me see if I can open up real quick. I just installed that one plugin where it actually shows you how lucky you are based off of when you got your things. So like you can see all of my My pyromancer things, they're all basically orange and red because I am. They're all orange and red because I basically been going dry at Wintertodt. So there's thousands of people that have gotten a lot luckier than me, is basically what that means. Wintertodt is not my friend right now. Nice. You have 744 pull. Wait, it tells you that in the. Oh, it does. 744 pulls. That's crazy. Because I was like, I know Loot Tracker used to. If I did the individual pulls, I know the Loot Tracker would display that. That's why I'm like, damn, that's crazy. 744 pulls already? Damn. Wild. Back to the comments. Back to YouTube comments. Yeah, Renard Puffer is actually a pretty is actually a pretty cool name. Renard Puffer. I don't do temperos, and I got it all besides tome and harpoon fish. Yeah, that's lucky. I think there was somebody in this Ironman clan that I'm in that just recently got the dragon harpoon and the temperos pet. Recently. Like, I think they saved up, I think, only like 250 points, which isn't honestly that much points. But within those 250 points, they got both the Dragon Harpoon and the pet. And I was just like, man, you lucky son of a... Yeah. I hate anyone with Temperos drops. I'm so dry there. I think the on this hardcore, let's see. If I go to bosses, I'm just messing up all my points right now. On here, I have 299 rewards claimed, and all I have from temp is soaked pages, the fish barrel, and spirit flakes. I don't have nothing else from there. But the as soon as I got fish barrel, I was like, I'm leaving. I was like, I don't need nothing else from here right now. Yeah, I feel like I definitely feel like so far, I feel like this, for the most part, this hardcore Ironman, at least compared to my old one, which is now my main, I haven't had this hardcore that long, but I definitely feel like I'm more dry on this account when it comes to mini games than my other account, because I feel like I haven't really been having that much luck at Wintertodt, and I honestly feel like it's not going to be any different at Temperos. I feel like I'm still going to end up going dry at Temp 2. $724 pulls at Temp for me, and only Tome. Oof. Yeah. I remember you and Basic kept saying that before. like you guys kept saying, how are you dry at the wettest boss in the game? And that shit had me dying, bro. Because I feel like that's so true though. How do you end up being dry at the wettest boss in the game? Nah, seriously though, I feel like that's just how it ends up being. You end up going dry at one spot and you end up getting so spooned somewhere else. Like I always think back to my main when it was a hardcore, when I was trying to get the basilisk jaw to make the Nate Does Not face guard. I went super dry at basilisk getting that basilisk jaw, right? So I was just like, ugh, I hate this. I hate being here. I hate coming here. I've been fighting these basilisks for like 3 freaking weeks. And when I finally got the jaw, I was like, oh my god, thank you. And then right afterwards, I went to Dagonoth Kings and I got my dragon axe. On the second KC, on the second Rex kill, it dropped the freaking Dragon Axe, and I was just like, damn, bro. I'm like, this is prime example what I'm talking about. You go super dry at one area, and then you end up just being super freaking lucky somewhere else. It's just RuneScape. Just RuneScape being RuneScape. Makes no sense. Spoon somewhere else. Shadow, please. Yeah, right. Yeah, I feel like not only do I feel like you get spooned somewhere else, but also in certain instances, I feel like when you start talking shit, I feel like that's when you end up getting spooned too. Like I always keep saying, I was like anytime I see Basit doing chambers, I'm like, all of this shit that he's always talking while he's doing chambers, I'm like, watch, he's gonna end up getting Tebow or something like that. He's gonna be talking all of this shit, talking about how much he hates chambers, how much he's having a terrible time, and he's gonna be the first one to get a purple out of everybody else. And then he's still gonna be complaining. He's like, "Ooh, I got a TiVo. Like, I don't want this. Watch, I'm gonna take this to Grand Exchange and sell it." And he's gonna sell the TiVo just so that he could get something else. People are gonna start doxing him after that. People are gonna be like, "Yo, this is the fucker right here that sold that TiVo." just so he could buy something else, just so he could buy more runes. I don't do Temperos, and I got it besides Tome and Harpoonfish. Yeah, I'm telling you. Rereading that comment. I'm telling you, it definitely is like that in RuneScape, bro, without a doubt. Oh, 12:52. I'm probably gonna give it like another 10 minutes. Or I'll do this. We'll do another 2 Temperos runs. I think I have 2 easy clues that I can do in the bank, and I started stockpiling my reward caskets because I told myself that what I want to start doing is opening up the reward caskets whenever I do have them, maybe like at the end of when I do live stream, because I do want to live stream more often, but my live streams are mostly going to consist of me doing repetitive things like this, like Wintertodt, or if I'm fighting a boss trying to get a specific drop. Because I like to save a lot of my progression for the recordings so that I could put those in the video, right? So I don't know. I just told myself that I would rather open up like the caskets when I do save them and stuff like that on stream, when I do stream and things like that. So I think we'll do these last 2 Wintertodt games. I'll try to see if I could do those 2 easy clues, and we'll see how much reward caskets I have in total after that. We'll open them up, and then I'll probably end stream right there, because we definitely been streaming for a while. In 20 minutes is basically going to be 4 hours that we've been streaming, and I feel like that's a good cutoff point for this first stream back since like 2025, I would say. And yeah. 6 hours of Guardians of the Rift win. Honestly, I need to. Part of me was like how I definitely want to knock out, I think it's Mourner's End Part 2 and Sins of the Father, so that I could create death runes and blood runes, even if I don't have the level requirement for it right away. I want to complete those quests. So when I do sit at Guardians of the Rift, because there's definitely, most likely, going to be a Guardians of the Rift stream. I was like, I really could just camp there like the entire stream. And once I do get the levels to make the death runes and possibly the blood runes and all that stuff like that, I don't have to then leave and do the quest. I would already have the requirements to basically create them right there and then. Not to mention the Guardians of the Rift pet, I think actually looks pretty cool. I don't really care for a lot of pets in the game, to be honest. But from what I've seen so far, I would say Commander Ziliana pet for me is number 1. Phoenix pet is number 2 because Phoenix pet is really cool, and if you play with the HD, with the 117 HD plugin on, Phoenix pet actually gives off like a light. So if you're in like a dark area, Phoenix pet actually lights up like the area around it and stuff like that, which I think is freaking cool. But Commander Ziliana pet is number 1. Phoenix pet is my number 2 most favorite pet. Third pet, I would say, is Cowfight Queen. I think the Cowfight Queen pet is really cool. And right now, I would say number 4 would be the Guardians of the Rift pet. I actually like the Guardians of the Rift pet. The freaking little abyssal dude just following you around, I think is actually pretty cool. So I don't really have a 5. So I guess I don't have a top 5. I don't really care for like the other pets in the game, at least not right now, not from what I've seen. So I at least have like 4 different pets that I wouldn't mind if I get. I desperately want Shellbane pet. Yeah, the freaking Griffin. The Griffin, I think it would actually be a pretty cool pet too. Shellbane Griffin pet would be cool. The only thing I want more than the Shellbane Griffin pet is Bell's Folly. I would love to get Bell's Folly. I have to work on sailing specifically to get Troubled Tortugans complete so that I could fight the Shellbane Griffin, so that we could get Bell's Folly. Because I definitely need that. For Iron Men, Bell's Folly actually allows you to skip the Zamorak Hosta for a while. Like usually the Zamorak Hosta would be like one of the weapons that you would want to try to get as early as possible. But if you have Bell's Folly, I think you can actually hold off on getting the Zamorak Hosta. You could probably skip it altogether and get maybe an Osmumten's Fang for the stab. And I forget what they said for the crush. For a crush bonus, because I know Zamorak Hosta is good for stab and crush. But you can actually hold off on getting it and just, you know, skipping it, getting an Osmumten's Fang for stab. And I forget what weapon they said for crush. I forget, I don't know. But it's definitely a great weapon to get for Iron Man. Easy now, they've increased drop rate. Nah, not Zombie Axe. I know Bell's Folly is the stab equivalent of the Zombie Axe. So Zombie Axe is a really, really good weapon to get as well for Slash and Crush, to be honest, because Zombie Axe actually has really, really, really nice Crush bonuses. You can use it as a one-handed Crush weapon if you don't have any other Crush weapons. Even at certain bosses, Zombie Axe with a Dragon Defender on Crush is actually better than the dual Makwas that you get from Blood Moon at certain areas. But Bell's Folly, I know, has a stab and a slash bonus. I don't think Bell's Folly has any crush. But I forget what they said. Cause like the only weapons that would basically outperform Bell's Folly, I know, would be Osmumten's Fang for the stab. But for the crush, I can't remember. I can't remember what weapon they said would be an upgrade. I think I have to go back and find that one video I was watching. But honestly though, I feel like if I had a Zombie Axe, or even if I had the dual Makwas from the Blood Moon, I feel like I'm pretty much set on Crush up until you get maybe like Maybe Inquisitor's Mace? Because I feel like Blade of Seldor is probably like best in slot for slash that like doesn't degrade or you end up needing like a specific outfit, right? Like just plain old regular slash that doesn't require any kind of charging or anything like that. I want to say it's Blade of Seldor. Stab, it's the Grazi Rapier, and for Crush, it's Inquisitor's Mace, right? So I would probably say if you have Bell's Folly, you probably wouldn't have to upgrade your Crush until you get Inquisitor's Mace. Inquisitor's Mace, and maybe either the Grazi Rapier or Osmumten's Fang, because Osmumten's Fang is really good too. I don't know. I have to go back and see. Stab is great for TOA, yeah. Which is why I want to get not only do I want to get Bell's Folly for TOA, I want to complete the Final Dawn because the Archon sword is actually a great spec weapon. I actually want to see if I can get Archon for the main, so I can run that when we all do TOA. All right, yeah, we're gonna leave Wintertodt right here. We have 130 reward points, right? So I would probably say let's go and see what we get. Oh, I also found out too, EXO, that because my main was a hardcore when I started the process to de-iron it, when I died and it became a regular Ironman, I was supposed to go back to the Ironman tutor and restart the process of de-ironing it. And I didn't know that until I think yesterday evening or something like that. So hey, someone just got Phoenix Pet. Our Modin. Nice. Some random ass dude here. But yeah, I have to basically wait another week. I think I have to wait until this coming Thursday, I think, and then the Ironman status is gone because it reset when I died, which was stupid. But I was just like, oh man, that fucking sucks. All right, anyways, let's put this hammer, let's put this knife away so we have an empty inventory. Let's go ahead and search. Let's see what we get. Good luck, good luck. One of us has to get pet right now. One of us has to get something good. Something good, something good. Clogs. Oh, I got another Bruma torch. Come on, come on, come on. Give me something good. Give me something good. Supplies. Throw those in the bank. Big search. Come on, come on. Fingers crossed. Streamer luck, streamer luck. Streamer luck. I got another torch too. Hell yeah. Come on, come on, come on. Give us something good. More supplies, more burnt pages. Fingers crossed. Does everybody have their fingers crossed? Did all of that for supplies. Rip. We've got nothing. Nothing but more burnt pages and another Bruma torch. Sad days. Sad day for the Hardcore Ironman. Alright, let me... Let's see. If anything, at least... Let's put on some of these items. Doop 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 doop. We'll grab that. We'll grab a spade. We'll grab strange device. I have to organize my bank, bro. We'll grab an extra prayer pot. We'll grab skimmy and this other thing. And then we'll grab a little bit of food. What that's basically for, we'll grab all of these reward thingies. I don't have any more beginner clues, right? No, I don't. Alright, we just got these 2 easy ones in the bank. Alright, let's try to... Ho ho! Look at XL with the gear, bro. That's a nice Slayer mask. And you got the freaking bludgeon. Look at the boots. Freaking nice. XL has some nice gear, man. And you got Dragon Warhammer. Nice. Hell yeah. He's got everything. Carol's crossbow. Wearing an amulet of Blood Fury. Or is that a regular Fury? Fucking dragon, burning claws. Bro, your count's nuts. Your count's crazy. It's got some crazy items. Inferno cape when? you know you can't. Your account's not considered maxed unless you have an Inferno cape, right? So even if you have 99 everything, you have to get that that Inferno cape. What? Freaking drunken dwarf came over here. Just give me some booze. I'll drink it. Some booze and a kebab. Why not? Alright. Let's knock out. Hey, hell yeah. Hells yeah. We're gonna try to do these last 2 easy clues. So right now we have to go to Al-Kharid. Good luck. Thank you. Let's go to Al-Kharid. Let's see. Let's run over to Al-Kharid. See if we can do these last 2 easy scrolls. Open up these caskets, and then we can... Hopefully we get something from the reward caskets at least. I feel like that will turn the ending of this stream into something a little bit more cool, you know? I can see my whole world changing. There's no need to live if I can't be with you. Alright, we have another stash unit. Stash units. We're gonna put some of these lobsters back. Because I know we need a hammer, need a saw, we need 2 regular planks, and we need 10 steel nails on top of whatever item it's asking us to bring. Bronze plate body, I don't think we have. Steel pickaxe and med helm, we don't have either. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go over to Varrock. To Varrock, however you want to say it. Alright, bronze plate legs means that we need some bronze bars. Right. 1 bronze plate legs. Grab some steel. We're going to make a steel... Oh, I can't even make a steel pickaxe, huh? I learned something today. For some reason, I thought you were always able to make pickaxes if you had the level, or you could buy them. I didn't know that. Anyways, we got the med helm. I know there's a dwarf by Barbarian Village. I know there's other shops that sell pickaxes, right? Like, I think the Mining Guild sells pickaxes, right? Oh, I mean, it's too late. I feel like I'm already closer to this dwarf over here than I am to teleporting to Falador and running all the way over to the Mining Guild. So let's just go over here. Let's go over to this one dwarf. There's no need to live if I can't be with you. Climb down the trap door. And do you recall? I honestly don't feel like we're gonna be at Wintertodt too long either, because we only have 69,000 experience before we hit level 92, and we basically hit the halfway point of the entire skill. But I think it's only slated to be maybe like 22 hours, maybe somewhere around there, of Wintertodt before we max it out. So I honestly feel like it's not gonna be too long. I could probably get 99 this weekend if I really feel like it. If I'm not going to the limestone mine. Wait, hold on. Limestone mine? Oh, we gotta go all the way over there. I feel like it might be easier to teleport CKS. CKS Fairy Ring. CKS Fairy Ring. One of the things that I do want to mention really quick too is that I ended up getting the Artie cloak on this account. I don't even have Artie cloak on my main. For some reason I just never wanted to do the diary on my main, but it's so nice having Artie cloak. It really is. I just laugh at that. I'm like, how the heck do I have Artie cloak on this account, but I don't even have it on my main? Just a touch in the sea, like friends. It took me time, your song to we'll be just friends. Just friends. Yeah, dreams, nothing too far gone. Alright, let's build this inconspicuous stash real quick. Let's equip our items. Do our emote. Talk to Yuri. Casket obtained. Want to see me bend a person? That said? I'm tripping. I'm always clicking the stuff that he says way too fast. So when my character's like, what? I genuinely feel the same way. When my character's confused, I'm also confused too, because I'm like, dude, what? What are you talking about? Alright. We are going to the Great Korend. Can I even... I can't even teleport to Korend yet until I complete... What's the quest? Client of Korend. Oh, I haven't done Client of Korend? What? That's like one of the easiest freaking quests. I have so much to do on this account. Alright, so best way to get to Korend would be to charter. So we're gonna ectophile. We're gonna ectophile over to this port. And we're just going to charter to Port Piscarilius. I feel like that's probably the easiest way. Excuse me. To get there. Right now. Alright, where are we going? Going this way. Right in front of the Catacombs of Korend is where we are going. The Catacombs of Korend. Man, I really have to start working on Slayer on this account too. The sooner I can get an Abbey Whip and maybe a Trident of the Seas, those are going to be extremely huge upgrades for the account. Abbey Whip, and I think some Barrows gear is actually how I ended up beating Beneath Cursed Sands. And Beneath Cursed Sands was relatively super easy on the main. But I'm gonna end up having to do that again if I want to beat it on. Damn, level 94 Slayer? Bro, I hate Slayer. I feel like whether you're an Iron Man or even a normal account, I feel like Slayer freaking sucks. I hate Slayer. Maybe it's because I'm an Iron Man, but I thought Herblore and crafting was probably the slowest skill on an Iron Man. Bro, you don't understand how much I want to gouge out my own eyeballs when I do Slayer. Because I'm only getting like... When I do Slayer, I'm only getting like 18,000 experience an hour. 20,000 experience an hour. No, I take that back. 20,000 experience an hour is good. My XP gains are anywhere between like 13,000 to probably 18,000, bro. Man, Slayer is so terrible on an Iron Man, bro. It's so horrendous. I swear, getting to 85, I didn't even get to 85 on the main. I think I only got to like 83 or something like that. And then I made wild pies, because wild pies boost your Slayer, I think, by 5, if I remember, or 4 or something like that. So I ended up using the wild pies in order to get the Abyssal Whip, because I was just like, I can't train this skill anymore. Not right now. I was like, I just need the whip. I just want the whip. I just need the whip. I'll work on the skill after I get the whip. Bro, it was terrible. Yeah, I guess getting supplies suck. Yeah, getting like prayer pots, because I feel like it's always kind of difficult to get the Renar weeds. Well, not necessarily, because I feel like I always did have like a surplus of prayer pots, but I feel like I was starting to blow through them faster than I was able to replenish it when I started working on Slayer. So I was just like, this sucks. Not to mention getting cannonballs freaking sucked, and getting the runes to barrage freaking sucked. So I was just having a terrible time. Turquoise robe top, blue skirt. Do I have to go to Trinum Village? I know this lady in here. I know this lady over here sells some items. Oh yeah, look, she has blue skirt, but the turquoise robe top, I think we're gonna have to go to the Grand Tree for that. So we're gonna run over to the Spirit Tree over here by the Grand Exchange. Yawn by the Fortis Grand. Oh, for some reason I thought that said the Fortis Coliseum. I don't know why. I don't know why my eyes saw Fortis Coliseum, but I was like, dude, I was like, you want to go over there and yawn at the Coliseum? Like, this is boring content. Like, that dude at the end can't freaking one-shot you if he really felt like it on a good day. I'm like, RuneScape is trolling right now. There's no way. There's no way I'm gonna pull up to the damn Coliseum and just be like, yawn. Get out of here. It'd be just my luck. I disrespect the Coliseum like that, and the freaking dude, the gladiator you fight at the end, some way, somehow I break the game and he freaking spawns outside and I get one shot. Dude, go up 1. I'm not trying to go to the top floor. I'm over here going back and forth. Be some shit, right? Jagex has to come out with the whole message talking about, yeah, Coliseum is under maintenance right now. Some glitches were occurring that we did not expect. Alright, turquoise top, emerald necklace. I think we're going to have to create ourselves. Let's go over to Edgeville. Right. Honestly, I probably could have ectofiled, because the closest furnace to a teleport that I believe I own at the moment, I believe is ectophile. Because I know that there's in that ecto town, I know that there's a furnace over there. So I wouldn't have to like run all over the place like I'm doing right now. But again, it's too late. I'm already here. Yeah, excuse me. Turquoise top, blue skirt, emerald necklace. Necklace mold, gold bar. One emerald necklace. One emerald necklace. I also need 2 planks and 10 of these nails. I don't think I can teleport to Fortis Civitas Illa Fortis because I haven't completed that quest on this account either. Damn. So more running around. Damn, I'm gonna have to run all the way over there. I don't even know where the museum is. Oh, it's actually not that far from the spawn point. Oh, it's crazy. I'm thinking they're probably gonna have me running all over Varlamore just to like I thought I was gonna have to run down to where the Coliseum is, to be honest. Like the Coliseum's all the way over here, even though it's not that far, right? Hey, where's this inconspicuous space supposed? Oh, that thing's all the way over here. The heck? It's the first time I've seen it so far from like an actual clue. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Stand here. Emote. Talk to Yuri. Got the casket. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Put those in there. Let's head over to one of the banks, which I know they have a bank right here in Civitas. I'll also turn this off for now, so there's no unnecessary teleporting. Varlamore is pretty cool. I like Varlamore. I like how Varlamore's set up. I definitely like how Varlamore, or I definitely like Varlamore being, you know, an addition to RuneScape and stuff like that. It was definitely a cool update. Alright, for all sakes and purposes, let's throw everything into the bank. Except for the caskets. Alright, drum roll really quick. Let's see what we get. Beginner clue. Cabbage. Yeah, nice way to start this off. Next beginner clue. Steel full helm, hard leather body. Beginner clues are absolutely terrible. Alright, I got nothing. That was trash. We got 5 easy clues. Let's see if we get anything nice. First one up. Hey, purple firelight, new collection log item. At least that's something. Next one. Amulet of magic and a coif. Terrible. Trash. Alright. Third one. Hoop. Staff of Air. Another coif? 12k? Bro, what are these rewards? Next easy casket. iron legs trimmed. What am I gonna do with that? Oh, and I got studded chaps trimmed too. They barely even look trimmed. I mean, the studded chaps trimmed, I guess I'll take. Because I could use those in free to play, right? I mean, I'll take it. Whatever, fine. Alright, last easy casket to end the stream on. Purple sweets. Damn, this game hates me. My RNG on this game is boo-boo garbage. Yeah, we got purple firelights, and we got studded chaps tea, iron plate legs tea. Man, I'll take it, but at the same time, man, that was garbage. What a garbage way to end the stream. I basically got nothing from the reward caskets, and I got nothing from Wintertodt. Sad day for Ironman everywhere. Yeah, but you know what? I'll take it though, because I feel like I started off the stream unlucky. It's all good. I definitely feel like I never really had plans to stream today in the first place, but I feel like the only reason why I ended up streaming today was just because things have been a little difficult lately. I will even, before we do end things off, let's go ahead and switch over to this discussions tab. And I know with this, I go to my camera, I go to webcam, and we remove the square filter. Yeah, we get back up here. Alright, so originally I never really planned on streaming today, but if you are following my YouTube channel, I said that I was going to upload every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I haven't really been uploading consistently like that because I feel like I've honestly just been I've been stressed, been anxious, I've been negative, I've been pessimistic. It's been affecting other areas of my life. It's been hard to edit videos and do all these other things. So that's why I feel like I haven't been uploading a lot recently. There is a little bit of a silver lining to it because I did end up streaming again. I told myself that some of the more repetitive content that I'm doing in RuneScape, I could definitely stream. So this is basically us slowly but surely getting back into the streaming content. So I'm hoping that I can start streaming again more often. Hell yeah, the Hardcore Ironman GOAT is back. Hell yeah. I felt like again, I tried to save most of my progression for the videos, but if I'm doing something repetitive like Wintertodt, or if I'm trying to complete a certain quest, like I would definitely stream when I do Dragon Slayer 2. I definitely want to see if I can get that complete on stream. I think that would be an awesome moment to share with everybody that's watching, as well as some other things too. Like I have to do moons again, I have to do barrows, I want to, do Sins of the Father, questing, skilling, all this other stuff like that. So I definitely feel like today was a means of getting back into the streaming and stuff like that. So I am happy about that at least. And I'm definitely ending the stream a lot happier than I started it. So I do want to thank everybody for tuning into today's stream. It really means a lot to me. It's because of you guys that I'm in a much better headspace, a much better mood. And hopefully I can start cranking out these videos again by Monday. I want to dedicate every Friday to a new Hardcore Ironman video. And I have been working on this character, this Hardcore. I have been working on the first video for this Hardcore that hopefully I will have out by next Friday. But yeah, it's all thanks to you guys that I'm here in the first place and can even do any of this. So again, thank you guys so much for watching this stream. It really means a lot to me. And I'm probably going to see if we could raid somebody before I end up before I end up leaving. We're probably gonna see if there is anybody else online. Because I definitely want to do that as well, right? Definitely want to start rating some other people. I mean, there's definitely a few people that I feel like we could raid. Alfie is online. I follow Alfie and his group Hardcore Ironman, but I generally like to raid smaller streamers. I definitely like to see if we can get some of the smaller streamers up. There's another group, Hardcore Ironman, that I started watching recently. This guy has 375 people watching him. He's got more people watching him than Alfie, which is crazy. There's Goth OSRS. I've been watching her streams, but I actually don't follow her, which is funny. You know, we could probably raid her. I want to say Bates has rated her a couple of times. And I've definitely been watching her streams a couple of times, but I don't follow her, which I feel like at this point I might as well follow her. She's rating on mobile. She's doing Tombs of a Masket on mobile. Freaking wild. I had enough trouble doing TOA on freaking on a regular, which is weird. All right, we're gonna raid Goth OSRS. So let's see. /raid channel Goth OSRS. What a gamer, yeah, for real, huh? That's like that's like the other day before we end this, and I sent you guys over. The other day, I was randomly bored, and I went to Twitch, and I went to go just randomly see like what streamers were doing playing old school RuneScape, and I came across a Hardcore Ironman that was doing the 6-0 range method on General Grardor, trying to get bandos, and he was doing it on mobile. And my jaw dropped because I tried to learn the 6-0 method for General Grardor, and I kept messing it up so badly on PC with plugins. And this dude's doing it on mobile. And he's doing it with ease. I never felt like such a noob. I was like, dude, I couldn't do it with a full PC setup. And this guy's doing it on mobile? I was like, psh, I feel like trash, bro. I was like, I suck at this game. I was like, do I even play RuneScape? Yeah, I think that shit was hilarious, bro. All right, once again, we're gonna leave it there. Thank you all so much for tuning into today's stream. Don't entirely know when we're gonna stream again, but stay tuned. Make sure you follow. Make sure you subscribe on YouTube. Follow on Twitch so that you do know when we are live. And with that being said, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. And I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, guys. Let's go ahead and raid. Raiding in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Come on. Pycaon is fine. Stream was good. Pycaon is right.